This is going to be a long video, and it's going to be mentally exhausting and emotionally draining. This company, LifeWave, I call it Lobster Wave because the CEO, he's completely off his rocker. And I can't stand to see the thousands of people who are being scammed, defrauded by this company. So what does this company sell? What is this company's flagship product? It's called X39. It's an adhesive patch that you're supposed to put on your body, whatever it does. They use words like stem cell regeneration and reflects light back into your body to promote healing. Participants are claiming that these patches, that there's many of them. They're not just like X39. There's X49. You can buy these patches, which are very costly, and that you put them on your body and they can cure everything from cancer to dementia. I've made a couple of videos on this company already, and so have other anti-MLM content creators. So please go check them out. Chelsea Suarez and also Aaron Bees that I know of, and there may be more. So if you know of another content creator that is made and it's just escaped my mind, please leave it in the comments below. You could link it, just help get this information out there. The reason why this is so dangerous is because this company is targeting people with health problems. And maybe they've exhausted every avenue available to them and they think this might be their last hope. And even if it's a placebo effect, what's the harm? Those are the people that they're going for. The CEO, David Schmidt of this company, believes that he discovered a secret mathematical code in lobsters because according to David Schmidt, lobsters are immortal. They would live forever unless they died. Unless they're killed by a predator or, a boat scoops them up and then they're put in the fish tank at IGA. Otherwise, they would live forever. He discovered a secret mathematical code in lobsters, which then he was at a Bible study. I believe he was looking at Hebrew letters of some biblical passage, which he then put into numbers. And then those same numbers, he jostled them around to suddenly discover the same mathematical code in the Bible. What does this have to do with lobsters, the Bible, and sticking a patch on your body to heal you from cancer? Who fucking knows? This is a descent into madness. The bulk of multi-level marketing material available to the public are put out by the participants, which I maintain the bulk of these people participating in these scams do not know what they're a part of. Even the people at the very top, not all of them. Some of them do very well know what's going on here and they don't care. They're choosing to hurt and exploit and abuse people. Mental abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, spiritual abuse. They know what's going on. But the vast majority of people, I believe, do not know. You can be in a multi-level marketing company for decades and then you can still wake up. You can make a lot of money and you can still wake up from the spell of multi-level marketing. People are doing it right now. So what frustrates me is that what you have to comment on are the victims themselves. And it's such a fine balance to try to point out the behavior while still holding compassion for the people. You need to take the piss out of what they're doing. And at the same time, you need to recognize that they're brainwashed. They are going to fight tooth and nail to defend the scam and their inappropriate behavior. They'll do it to the end until they wake up. Some of them never do, and that's devastating. And that's something that, we all just need to accept. But what I focus on is on helping one person. I've said this in other videos. My goal is to help one person. I've already achieved that. Everything else aside from this now, it's just extra. It's bonus. This is just bonus time now. Anything that I can do to help you, if you're a multi-level marketing participant that's working on your exit strategy, starting to put the pieces together, maybe some of my content can help you critically think and help you get on your way out. So many of us out here, that's what we're doing. We're here to help you. So LifeWave participants, they're making all this content and, it's easy to react to it. And you're trying to say like, well, this is a scam. But the real culprits behind multi-level marketing companies are the fucking CEOs. And usually they fly under the radar. They're not the ones putting out live videos every day or publishing to their Instagram stories and their Facebook stories or making TikToks. No, they're sitting behind the scenes. They're in these private Zoom calls or at these large group awareness trainings, these big conventions, which is this video that I'm going to be reacting to. And did I say already, thank you very much to the person who sent me this video? I respect your anonymity. I've done like a couple of takes on this already, so I wanted to make sure I just mentioned thanks. So they usually just get away with saying whatever they want because it's behind the scenes. They're not saying they're not insinuating that these products will heal cancer. but they sure insinuate it and imply it. And you're going to see it in this large group awareness training that the CEO himself bangs on about. I'm going to point out everything he's doing. This video is going to be excruciatingly, painfully long. And it is important that this information is out there, that this CEO, this is what is happening. This is the heartbeat of these multi-level marketing companies. And it's the heartbeat of LifeWave, this fraud, this fucking madness where he goes on. It is the ravings of a madman. You're going to see, I only got about halfway through the video. He makes leap after leap after leap, claiming he's filed all these patents and there's all these studies to support himself. You can't follow this guy. And yet you'll have, apparently there's 5,000 people going, yeah, wow, clapping after everything he says. Nobody has a clue what he's talking about. If you thought the peptide fiasco, the PHDC fiasco, what's going on with Make Wellness is bad, it's going to floor you. I'm going to try to, bring as much humor to this as possible, like pointing out what he's doing, what I see the manipulative tactics are. You're going to see, there's going to be so many things I miss. Please add your commentary, in the comments below. And if you are in LifeWave and you're starting to wake up from this, or the fog is starting to clear, like that, this sounds really absurd. You're welcome here. You're not welcome here if you're going to try to say, apologize for the cult and say that I'm big pharma or some nonsense like that. Your comment will be deleted. This space is for survivors to come forward and to warn the public about what's going on here. These patches are a scam. I'm sorry to tell you this frenzy of lobster inspired, biblical inspired, mathematical code inspired patches, it's bullshit. And you're caught up in this. If this was just about patches, you wouldn't be attending this seminar or this large group awareness training and just listening with rapt attention to everything he says, clapping at things that you don't even know anything about. Nobody knows what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Dude loses his train of thought all the time. It's brutal. It's going to be tolerable. I'm telling you, I got to give you this is like a trigger warning for how fucking bad this video is going to be. Plus I'm going to swear. So this might be something else. You might, I've said in other videos too, there's so many different anti-MLM content creators out there. This could be expanded to just anybody. And I liken it to different tastes in music. So you could think I'm a rock concert. So you're coming to attend my concert. I will swear this is who I am. You come to the concert and you're like, well, I'm angry because you didn't play Christian country. Well, that's not my music. I don't play that. If you don't like profanity, I understand that. That's not who I am. Every other anti-MLM content creator does not swear as much as I do. I am the only one with this potty mouth. So you got a lot of choices. There's a lot of people making content. So I just don't understand why people have an issue with me creating content the way I create. It's so fucking weird. Okay, so big breath, bathroom break, get some water, get some coffee, get some popcorn. You're going to need snacks for this. This is a training from a large group awareness training from one of these conventions that you hear about on various documentaries on content that anti-MLM content creators have covered. I've covered it. Everybody talks about these kinds of things. You're never going to see somebody in a large group awareness training stand up and say, this is a pyramid scheme. This is bullshit. These fantasies that play out in people's heads are like, I would be the one that would stand up and say it. No, you wouldn't. Because nobody that would say that would attend one of these things. That's why the people that are attending these things are deeply brainwashed. They're just brainwashed. When you're brainwashed, it doesn't matter. You're not lightly brainwashed. I say the word deeply just to emphasize how fucking under the spell you are when you can't even see obvious fraud. You can be told anything. Humans are really so easily manipulated, and we need to get this information out there just so we can protect ourselves, so we can arm ourselves to be like, am I being scammed? How would I know if I'm being scammed? because I just signed up to get this patch to maybe help my lower back pain. And 3 months later, I'm fucking talking about a mathematical code in lobsters that if you translate Bible passages into Hebrew and then equate that to numbers, and suddenly I'm at this large group awareness training. What the fuck happened? And you're talking about financial freedom. Oh, and wait, there's more. Because LifeWave is also going to introduce a new product, which is going to go up against Kangen water machines, because their water machine infuses light into the water. And they've got scientific studies, apparently, to prove this. Keep in mind, multi-level marketing companies, they don't have customers outside of their structures. They have a very small amount. Most of the customers are the distributors purchases. And that's why you'll see companies that constantly introduce new products. Monate started off with hair care. Monate is a good example because it's known for its hair care. And then you think to yourself, well, why the hell is it selling protein powder and apple cider gummies and makeup? Well, that's because the distributors' purchases are equated as sales. It's counted as sales because there is no outside demand. The money flows up. All right. So with that, the longest intro and the kind of like trigger warning for absolute insanity ever. All right, here we go. This is LifeWave 2024, David Schmidt, CEO. Hang on to your hats. Thank you. Thank you. This video has been sped up, just to let you know.
Okay, I'm going to start off. I have a confession to make. My wife's very nervous. It is incredibly difficult to buy a Christmas present for me. Really difficult.
I am going to pick this apart with surgical precision. I told you this is going to be a long video. Can you imagine the CEO of your company? And this is not like, welcome, thank you all for attending here. I know that you must have saved up money. I really appreciate you attending here. It's really difficult to buy me a Christmas present. This is you're going to thank me that I have been pausing it this much, because it gets so bad. It gets worse. And I only made it halfway through this video yesterday. So I'm starting at the beginning and I don't even know what the second half includes, but just can you imagine attending this conference? And this is the first thing that he says. My wife is nervous and I'm really hard to buy a Christmas present for. Nobody knows who this guy is. They're these minor celebrity deities within these pyramid schemes. Everybody's like, oh, he's so funny and amazing.
Every year, my mother-in-law will ask me, what do you want for Christmas? Every year, I say to her the same thing. I want world peace. And she'll say,
So why did I pause that before? Because it's like, I want world peace. So the group, everybody's just looking up at him in awe. They're already thinking that these patches reflect light into your body and do all these ridiculous things. And he's like, I want world peace. This is now a dedication to a higher purpose. This has nothing to do with selling adhesive patches, but it is about recruiting other people into the cult. Because what is your ultimate goal? One of the first things he says, I want world peace for Christmas. So people are linking that to their purpose in LifeWave or Lobster Wave. I like to call it Lobster Wave. I have a knack for irritating the fuck out of people in multi-level marketing companies.
That's a tall order, but I'll see what I can do. But I'm obsessed with this idea that is there a way we could get human beings to stop trying to kill each other? That's it. Really simple. How do we do that?
This is for a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme selling adhesive patches, and then he's going to be selling a water machine. People believe this. This isn't just like idly scrolling through TikTok. You're like, oh, that's so funny. Like, there's 5,000 people here. They had to book accommodations. They had to take time off work. They've restructured their lives. They're tuning into this. This is just one small piece of this. This doesn't count like all the daily trainings they're taking into. They really believe that they're going to stop people from killing each other. So when you present, your family member with information saying like, this is clearly a scam, this is what you're up against.
So for years, we have been stimulating the body with light. That's how these patches work. We gently stimulate the body with light and we produce these amazing effects. But what if what if we could take light inside of our body? What if there was a way we could create a technology that would release light from within? Today, you're going to see that technology. This day, this weekend, marks the next generation of LifeWave. The first 20 years have all been about LifeWave technology and patches. Now we are going to expand on that. Instead of just stimulating the body with light, we are going to explore an entirely new generation of light therapy technology.
Lobster wave!
So, what benefits could we expect to see from this? First thing is, this technology is an entirely new way to elevate NAD. So at least some of you know that.
Make Wellness pulls up. They're like, wait a second. We got a PhDC talking about NAD+. Stay away from our peptides. We've got that area covered. What are you doing, David Schmidt?
What that is. So NAD is a key molecule involved in age reversal. And it is an energy-carrying molecule within the cell. If we can elevate NAD, we can...
Oh, I didn't know that age reversal was... it's just happening now. Okay.
Turn on energy production. We can reset genes to a more...
Hey, I'm no scientist.
...youthful state. The next thing that we find with this technology is that we can support healthy levels of human growth hormone, keeping us young and healthy. We can regain and build new strength, stamina, and...
So keep in mind, look at already what he has said, age reversal. So you will see people now, participants in this multi-level marketing company, go all over Facebook and TikTok and Instagram, making all these wild claims. We reverse aging. He said age reversal on it. You don't see him. You don't see this published in their literature, but this is going on at these large group awareness trainings. This is going on in these Zoom calls, and the participants get blamed for making these claims. They originate with the CEOs. They originate with the companies themselves. And they try to make themselves like a loophole. Well, I didn't actually say it. They know damn well what they're doing. It is not the participants' fault for making these claims. They're the easy things to spot. It's the low-hanging fruit to pick, but they're the victims, you know.
Muscle with this. And the results are really shocking about how quickly this happens. When we're ramping up energy production, we are supporting the natural healing process. And you're going to see that one of the things that we can do with this is turn on.
And I have to add to this too. They're victims of the scam, and then they're creating more victims by recruiting them and telling them all this nonsense, you know, so they're culpable. They don't realize what they're doing. It's such a mess.
The production.
He knows what he's doing.
Collagen. And ultimately, we will use this technology to stay younger longer.
How many claims is this guy making already? You can stay younger longer. Really?
So increasing NAD, supporting growth hormone levels, more strength and muscle, natural healing, and living younger longer. These are 5 new benefits that are all coming from one new machine.
More muscle. And there's so many claims already that could be reported to various authorities. And I encourage you to do this. You know, contact your state attorney general. If you're in the US, contact your member of parliament. If you're in Canada, you can make a report to the FTC. You can make a report to the SEC about a pyramid scheme. This is a pyramid scheme. If you're in Canada, contact the Competition Bureau. You can also contact the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center. They have phone numbers too. You can just phone them up. This is what needs to happen. More people need to make these reports and let people know, because this is important. You know, creating content, creating awareness, helping others realize, oh no, I've been a part of this scam, and helping them heal. And also we need to have people out there that are contacting, you know, journalists, contacting politicians, putting this in their face, like, this is not acceptable. This needs to stop. You need to investigate this. You need to shut this down. And also, while I'm here, while I've got you at the relative beginning of this lengthy video, I think it's important to explain to you what a pyramid scheme is, and encourage you to actually do your own research. Go look on Government of Canada's website. Go look, if you're in the United States, what it has to say about various pyramid scheme cases. Go look up the FTC's acceptance of administrative law judge James P. Timoney's ruling in 1979 that Amway wasn't a pyramid scheme. Go look up these things on your own. But what we're taught in multi-level marketing of what a pyramid scheme is, it isn't true. It's laughable. We say things, my multi-level marketing company isn't a pyramid scheme, because we sell products. as if that is a mic drop moment. We really think we've got everybody over when we say something like that, or we say your job is the real pyramid scheme. Look up Canada's Competition Act, Section 55.1. According to that, a scheme of pyramid selling is an MLM plan that has one or more of the following 4 features. Remember, you only need one of these features. And the first feature is every multi-level marketing company operating in Canada right now. And it requires participants to pay for the right to receive compensation for recruiting others into the MLM plan. That one right there. And then you have to ask yourself, well, then why are MLMs allowed to exist? This is why we need to have people contact their members of parliament, file reports, because this is this massive corruption that's been going on for so long that it's just considered normal. And it's like, well, nothing is ever going to change. They're always going to be around. We might as well just try to protect customers by saying, well, this patch really doesn't cure cancer. No, I reject that approach. I say we root this fucker out as best as we can. In the US, if you're look up the Koscot pyramid scheme test. So this is a pyramid scheme. It's characterized by participants making a payment to a company of money for the right to sell a product and the right to receive in return for recruiting others into the program rewards, which are unrelated to the sale of product to ultimate users. This is every multi-level marketing, you guys, every multi-level marketing company. Multi-level marketing is fraud. It's as simple as fraud. It's like, it is fraud, but no, you have to have these various categories of fraud. Well, it's multi-level marketing pyramid scheme fraud. There is no such thing as a legitimate multi-level marketing company. Multi-level marketing is fraud. All right. So I wanted to just introduce that to you because there are more and more people that are waking up and exiting multi-level marketing companies, and they're coming across content like mine.
So today you are going to meet our new LifeWave water technology. There is a lot of information that we're going to present.
Oh, he's got the periodic table there now.
I'm going to go through some of this very quickly. So if you want to take pictures, feel free to do that. So how do we go about and create an entirely new technology surrounding water? There have been structured water products that have already been on the market for many years. We can add different types of minerals to water. We can change the surface tension of water. Is there anything else new that we could do that would be meaningful? Well, let's take a look and start at the very beginning and talk about composition of matter. So this is the periodic table. Each of the elements, you can think of it as a building block. So this is what we have to work with in the spectra of creating new materials. Let's start with something very simple. Let's start with tin.
Okay, so remember, this is about, I want world peace. We want everybody to stop killing each other. And we're going to do something with water. But first, let's talk about, here's the periodic table. Let's first talk about tin. Are you following along? Because you need to have that thread, because you're about to rappel down into the bowels of the earth and a labyrinth maze of which there is no escape, which is the CEO's mind.
Tin is a relatively simple element. It's used in electronics, and pretty much everything that someone who is a chemist or a physicist would want to know about tin is already well known. We take tin and we combine it with oxygen in the presence of heat, and we get a tin oxide. Nothing entirely remarkable about this. It's extremely well known. But we created a device in our lab. I have multiple patents on this now. And we expose the tin and the oxygen to a very special type of electromagnetic and longitudinal field. And this will change the bond angle between the oxygen and the tin, creating something that looks like gold. And creating
alchemy. He's finally done it. After centuries, he's figured out how to create gold out of tin and oxygen.
A material that never existed before.
They've created a material that's never existed before. Peptides move over. David Schmidt, he invents new materials. A special machine they developed in their lab that he has a patent on. It's gold instead of this black squiggle.
And here's the really interesting part. By changing the frequencies or changing the wavelengths of light that we work with, we can change the bond angle. Now, when you have light reflecting off of a surface, that's how you're going to get color. And so by changing the bond angle, we change the angle at which light is going to reflect off that surface, and as a result, we can change the color. So we've made these metals that look like gold, orange, red, blue, purple, just by changing and manipulating the matter with frequencies of energy. So we did something really fun. We created a LifeWave 20th anniversary coin from this material that never existed before, and we gave this coin to our qualified senior presidential directors.
I mean, that's a reasonable thing to do, right? If you have created new matter, something that has never been seen before, what would you do with it? Would you, I don't know, like give it to some authority to mass reproduce, or maybe get it peer reviewed? Maybe do a study and have other scientists look at it, see what other applications could benefit humanity. Oh no, I know what would be better. Let's make a coin and present it to people that are at the top of the LifeWave pyramid scheme. It makes complete sense. Got it. People cheering and clapping.
Okay, so very quickly, here is a laboratory report that we did.
What does this have to do with light-infused water? I'm glad that you asked that question. I'm glad you're still here.
So when we are going to run these tests, how do we know that this material never existed before? Well, quite simply, we hired a laboratory. We used a technique called X-ray diffraction. We sent the material out, and it came back, as you can see here, unknown phase. So they compared this material to 60,000 other materials and found out that it had never existed before.
So there you go. There's the proof. Irrefutable proof. It went to 60,000 other, and it's nothing. It's not at all like those other 60,000 things. Therefore, ergo, we've created new matter. That's my scientific study. Boom, right there.
And
here's a graph that's going to wow and impress everybody who doesn't know what PhDC stands for either.
You can see a peak on the left that's showing that it's novel and unique. And then here is a laboratory report. No tin or tin oxide reference patterns matched.
Let's just read this report. Figure 2 and 3 show the best matches obtained by comparing the background subtracted raw data from both samples with the KDD something MCSD powder diffraction database. Note first that while there are some differences in the relative intensities of the tin diffraction peaks, there are fairly minor and indicate that there are not substantial differences in tin texture. There are, however, substantial differences in the tin oxides and their textures. In addition to these tin oxide phases, both samples have an unidentified phase indicated by arrows that appears to be a face-centered cubic FCC material with a lattice parameter of approximately 5.11 angstroms. This is slightly blurry to me. I'm having a difficult time reading it. So if I'm mispronouncing a word or I'm just missing something, that's my fault. No tin or tin oxide reference patterns matched this phase. That's been highlighted in red. In fact, the only tin containing phase that even came close to matching was a tin copper bronze phase, and this phase was a poor match. All right. Okay. What's next?
This phase. So unique novel material. Okay. So here's the important thing is that
these experiments indicate that matter can be manipulated with electromagnetism in the form of either a low frequency magnetic field or very high EM fields such as light. And now you're starting to maybe get a glimmer of what's going on with the low frequency, high frequency manifestation, manipulating matter and reality and God.
These experiments showed that we could manipulate matter with energy. We could create new matter. That's an extraordinarily powerful.
Create new matter.
Powerful tool. So the question is, what are we going to do with this new technology?
Well, we're going to make a fake device and we're going to sell it in a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, and we're going to continue to defraud thousands of people. That's what we're going to do with Lobster Wave.
What frequencies would we use and why? That's a pretty good question. We should have a mathematical model for this. My dad is a music teacher, so I grew up around music. And when we look at the musical scale.
Hang on. This is now, we have gone on the slippery slope. We're going down fast and furious like the Goonies. Hey, you guys! Like we're down the chute. This is it. This is the point of no return. I strongly suggest you microwave your coffee, drink some water, go to the bathroom, because this now, we're going to let her rip.
We see the musical scale is based off of 440 hertz tuning. And so if we were to look at the frequencies which are associated with the musical scale, we can see them listed over here. And you'll notice immediately this is a little bit unusual, right? Why do we have all of these odd numbers? It looks very, very random. And we see that this musical scale came in 1834 from the German natural scientists. Seems kind of unusual that they would create this 440 hertz tuning. Well, is there a way that we could mathematically extrapolate what musical tuning should?
Keep in mind, this started off with world peace, stopping people from killing themselves. We've got a machine that is just going to do that, releasing the light inside you, talking about creating matter, and a material that nobody has ever seen before, made of tin and oxygen, and a special device in his lab that he's got a patent for, maybe multiple patents for. And you can make the metal gold and purple and multiple different colors. And now we're on to when his dad would play the piano, and there's different frequencies and there's hertz. And what is going on with this piano? What does this piano have to do with lobsters and the Bible and tin and new matter?
Be based on. So let's do this. We take a chart, and on the vertical column, we're going to put the number 2, horizontal column, we're going to take the number 3. And what we're going to do is we're going to double the numbers on the vertical column, and we're going to triple the numbers over on the horizontal column.
And so why are you going to do that? What is your substantive research? Why are you doing this? Why are you just picking this out of your ass to try to make something appear, a pattern to be found to fit the narrative that you want to push? What on earth is going on here?
And then we're going to take the product of each. So in other words, 2 times 3 is 6, 4 times 3 is 12, and so forth. And we can...
He's got basic math figured out, but he certainly hasn't figured out that 5 times 5 times 5 times 5 to infinity is a mathematical impossibility and is the structure of his own multi-level marketing pyramid scheme.
Continue to fill out these columns this way. Okay. As we're creating this chart, we get to the number 432. So 432.
So what is he charting? Numbers that are being doubled and tripled of what? Corresponding to notes on a keyboard? His dad used to like to play the piano. What is going on here? And now why is there a number that suddenly he's glommed onto? One number that, oh, this is really good. I'm going to highlight it in red.
Is very close to 440. So let's see if we could create a...
It's close to 440. It's not 440. So 440 has significance, but it's 432. So that's okay. Let's just stick with this number.
Musical scale based on 432 hertz instead of 440 hertz.
Come on. People are cheering. Did you hear that? People are like, woo, yeah. They don't know what the fuck he's talking about. This is so nuts.
Thank you. Wasn't my idea, but I appreciate it anyway. Now, here's another thing that's very interesting. I have a friend, Terry McGrath, who is a physicist, and he has a patent called the Physical Quantum Atomic Model of the Atom.
Terry's like, don't bring me into your bullshit lobster wave, David. We had this discussion before. Keep me out of it.
And in that...
Keep my name out of your dirty lobster mouth.
model, an atom, you never heard of that before? Am I the only one that did the homework?
You didn't do your homework. Has anybody heard of an atom before? Has anybody heard of the definition of a pyramid scheme before? Does anybody know the definition of fraud before? Has anybody actually done their research on this nonsense? X39 patch curing cancer? Have you heard of an atom? Can you imagine a room filled with 5,000 multi-level marketing participants thinking that they're scientists now? Atom. Oh yeah, we know what that is. Nobody knows what a fucking atom is in that room. No way. Same way as it. You're like, oh yeah, I kind of know. You have like this general idea. That's it. They know how to spell it. That's what they know.
Okay. So 108 is the number of resonant nodes within an atom.
Okay, so wait. Okay, we had 432 hertz, which you had like one column vertical, one column horizontal, one numbers are doubled, some are tripled, and then you go through up that, and then you see 432. Well, 432 is close to 440. So what does that signify? Well, we're just going to stop talking about that. And now we're going to go with a number 108, which is in another category in the next column over. And that absolutely, unbelievably, unmistakably, actually typically equates to the number of nodes.
So this starts to make sense. In other words, if you want to affect matter, you should have a model that allows for manipulating the atom with resonance. And that would be based on 108.
You manipulate the atom with resonance. If you're watching this and you are a scientist, I bet you, if you were in a grave, you'd be rolling so fast, you would like be propelling, you'd change the magnetism of the earth because you'd be spinning so fast in your grave. It would like affect the core. You'd like fucking start rotating the other direction. You would actually manipulate matter. And if you're alive, you know, you're watching this It doesn't matter what I say because none of this shit makes sense. If you're live and you're watching this, you're probably like, okay, you know what? You probably have more, you have a finer discernment. You're not going to be like, what the fuck is this? You're going to roll up your sleeves. Maybe you're going to prepare a proper coffee. You don't, sometimes you microwave it, but typically you're going to go that extra mile because you've put in a lot of work to get your PhD. So you're like, I'm going to do this right. You're going to pause it. You're going to go to the grocery store and you're going to buy yourself some snacks, some popcorn, whatever it is you like. Maybe those little hard, they're like that dehydrated bread that have cranberries in them. And then maybe get some camembert. And then you get a little knife. You have your special little plate for it. You're like, fuck, I'm doing this. I'm going to do this. This is so crazy. I'm going to just go ahead. I'm going to enjoy watching this YouTube video. And I know it's going to take a long time. I'm going to prepare. So then you get your little special cheese knife and then that weird waxy white stuff coating that's on camembert where people are like, well, you can eat it. And it's disgusting if you do. But then there's that finesse of trying to like scrape it off. So then you're not taking apart the whole block of cheese that you can just eat the delicious camembert underneath it. You start doing that, putting it on that little flatbread with a little dried cranberry in it, crunch, little few crumbs come off. You're like, I'll vacuum later. And then you come back to this with your coffee. You say, okay, I'm ready. I'm ready, David. Let's see what you got.
Hertz or 108 nodes within the atom. So this started to look very
108 nodes within the atom. Okay.
promising. So now we have our existing musical scale based on 440, and now we look over at 432.
Our existing musical scale based on 440. Oh, musicians, are you wanting to chime in? Wah, wah, wah. I mean, it's 432, but it's close enough to 440. So let's just say 440.
What would that look like? So we just simply go to our chart and we fill it out based on the frequencies that are in each column. So in other words, when you take the vertical column based on 2 or the horizontal row based on 3, and then you multiply that and get the product, what you end up.
You thought LifeWave's compensation plan was difficult to explain? Oh my friends, you have not seen anything yet.
With each column represents a different musical note, and everything fits perfectly. And of course, in music,
you know what the musical note plays? It plays, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down.
We have a note A at 432. If we go up an octave, the next frequency is.
Or it plays,
864. Or, of course, we can take any harmonic of that. So it could be 108, 256, 432, 864, and so forth. So there's our new musical scale. So how can we apply
our new musical scale?
This information? Well, here's what we did. We created this device.
Here we go. Here's the machine. Look at this fucking thing.
Called a double helix.
Woo! It's a fan on sideways, sliding up and down a little thing.
Conductor. And if we're going to try...
It's not a flux capacitor. It doesn't matter what he just said. I'm going to keep pausing it because I'm going to lose my mind. We're only 8 minutes into this video.
To work with the natural world, then let's have a electromagnetic field that nature would use. So in this case, a double helix, DNA. So the idea...
It's a double helix flux capacitor.
...was that we were going to take these musical notes and musical frequencies and plug them through this device and see...
We plug them through the device. How do you think he does that? Well, I bet you that's proprietary technology. He's got a patent on that too. There's a patent for that. Every answer you ask or every question you ask David Schmidt, there's a patent for that. There's a patent for that. Did I do my own homework? Oh, my wife's getting nervous. I want world peace for Christmas.
If we could have any effect.
I tell my mother-in-law that every year. She's a nice broad.
On matter. So one of the things we want to do is heal people faster. We want to increase protein synthesis. So at the time, we were...
Look at this. They want to heal people faster. So look at this fucking thing. Where do you think this is going on? Is this the same lab that Mon8 used?
In California. And it's...
Oh no, California. Oh.
It turns out when you're in California and you want to grow plants, there's a number of companies that are very interested in accelerating the growth rate of plants. It's very...
Oh, haha. Are you talking about pot? Are you talking about weed? You put your weed in there. Oh, David, you're such a silly goon.
Easy to work with these companies and do experiments. So that's what we did.
Oh, what companies are those? Cite your sources.
If I could do a Bill Clinton impersonation, I would. I never smoked, never inhaled, or however that goes. That was terrible. That was more like Trump. That wasn't Clinton.
Oh no, this is so awesome. He's a comedian too. Oh, he's the full package.
All right, I'm not going to do a Trump impression, honey, don't worry. So this is what we did. We had our control group, kind of look like Christmas trees. And we have our treatment group.
Wow, look at this irrefutable proof right here. Look at this. 2 weeks before harvest, there's a hand that was growing up out of the left-hand corner. 2 weeks after, the same hand, it's slightly shrunk. It's doing something different. It's, you know, I mean, you can see there's light fixtures in the background. I mean, you can see this is just irrefutable proof. I mean, this answers any question I had just by looking at this photo.
And you can see right away what we found was that exposing.
You can see right away what we found. What the fuck is this?
These plants to these.
What is this? 108 nodes of the atom that is vibrating at a stimulating matter frequency of 432. Oh, wait, it's supposed to be 440. What is this? Now you've got the double helix generator flux capacitor that you've plugged in the musical notes, that they're sideways and you're linking arms with pot growers in California to grow their pot faster. And what you have found is it looks like a Christmas tree. Is it pot? What the fuck is it? What plant did you grow? How many studies of this shit did you do? Does it work on soybeans? Does it work on corn? Corn.
It's cold. A good corn that knobs. It has the juice.
Or you like, I mean, it makes sense. You're like, oh, well, the facilities are already here. Instead of thinking about food production, let's think of pot production. These guys accept anybody in here. You're like, can we bring in our freaking double helix things? I got patents on that. They're like, sure, come on in. How much you going to pay me? Oh, I'll give you a water machine that'll put light in your body when you drink it. Well, sounds like a fair shake.
Energy field increased the rate of protein synthesis. This is extremely important. And we can see if we look at
more irrefutable proof. Look at this. What kind of plants are these? I don't know what kind of plant this is. Control test. So what were the conditions? How long did this grow? What is this supposed to show? One picture is blurrier than the next. One, I can see some large cylindrical thing in the upper left-hand corner and it's removed. It's like a different angle. What the hell is going on? Life wave is going on. We haven't even gotten to the lobsters yet. Oh, there's more. There's so much more to come.
this and treat an entire column of plants, we can get this effect. So commercially, this has a value. Now, of course, we want to apply this to human beings. So we did this work at the National University of Ireland in Galway, and we worked with the Regenerative Medicine Institute, Dr. Tim O'Brien. And this was an experiment that we did with rabbits. So these rabbits had diabetic ulcerations. We applied this field, and right.
You wounded rabbits to fuck around with your flux capacitor, your double helix flux capacitor. This is so fucking disgusting. Animal testing on your double helix flux capacitor. You purposefully wounded rabbits to do what? To fit in just yet another piece in this fucking disgusting mess that is LifeWave. Well done, LifeWave participants. Look at what your CEO is saying and doing, wasting your money. This is appalling. How many rabbits were hurt from this fucking madman's experiments? For what end? God, this is so disgusting.
Way, we found that we could accelerate the rate of repair in this open wound using this technology.
An open wound. Let's take a look at the open wound that was made purposefully by fucking LifeWave to try to prove their double helix flux capacitor. Are they going to sell the double helix flux capacitor? No, they're going to sell fucking Band-Aids called LifeWave X39 that you stick on your body. It's going to heal cancer. And then they're going to sell a water machine that every morning you just put it in the machine, and when you drink it, you're going to be filled with light. They've got irrefutable proof. They've got scientific studies. They hurt rabbits, and they've got studies that are going to prove that the wound healed faster with the musical notes 432 hertz. Oops, no, 440 hertz and 108 nodes on an atom and tin oxide, but then they created new matter by bending and bonding space-time continuum. You cannot make this shit up. This is so dangerous. All these people that are sucked into this. We haven't even gotten to the religious aspect of this. You imagine people trying to deprogram from this, trying to fucking explain this to a therapist who has no idea about multi-level marketing. I think there's fewer and fewer of those around. Most people know how bad these are. A word is spreading, you know. So hopefully they've had some kind of familiarity with this nonsense, how these things are cults, and how when people are starting to like try to talk about their experience, their story, what they can expect. This is the dark world of multi-level marketing. Look at this.
So this was the first evidence that we had, that there was a way that you could, without any stem cells injections, without any drugs, just using energy, you could accelerate the way that people would heal. So.
And how many human studies did you do? No, you just wanted to fucking maim rabbits. Well done. There was so many. I get, you know, if there's, you know, creation of medicine and stuff, like the need for some kind of testing, right? This is just fucking cruel and disgusting because it's for multi-level marketing fraud. This guy playing scientist. Oh my God.
Our focus now, of course, we went through many years of selling X39 and doing multiple studies on X39, showing how it activates stem cells and improves healing.
Let's see these studies. We got to get these studies into the public eye. So if you have access to these studies, feel free to send them to me or to your favorite anti-MLM content creator, or just any anti-MLM content creator that might be willing to take a look at this. If you are somebody that has access to these studies and you have something to say, I can do what I did with that PHDC video. You could send me, you know, what your opinions are or what your stance is on it, and I could keep you anonymous just to counteract this bullshit that is being pumped out here. There is nothing to counteract this. People are believing this, and there's nobody out there saying this is nonsense, you know?
Now
it can help provide that crack in somebody's mind to begin critically thinking and being like, okay, this is what the hell am I part of, you know?
our goal is a little bit different. We're still interested in accelerating the rate at which people heal, but now what we want to look at is, can we apply these techniques to longevity? Can we stop the human aging process? Can we?
Yeah, you can. It's when you die. That's what happens when you stop the human aging process.
Keep people younger longer. How are we going to do this? And are there any examples in nature? So one of the things that we did is we take a biomimetic view, meaning we want to look to nature and see if we can copy nature and create new technology. So one of the examples that we used were temnothorax ants. Temnothorax ants, they get infected with.
In one of my other videos I made about LifeWave, he talks about ants. The lobsters are going to come next.
The parasite. And as a result, it alters their gene expression, so they overexpress cytochrome C oxidase, and as a result, mitochondrial function gets upregulated. They end up producing more ATP. And in the process, they live 5 to 6 times longer than normal. So could we apply this technology? So here was the control group. We took a gel and a growth media that's used for cultivating ants.
He's fucked around with rabbits, and now he's fucking around with ants.
And we populated the media with ants. So they went to work producing tunnels. Then we took our treatment group and we exposed them to this energy field.
Okay, so what the fuck is this? Like, what the hell is that? The ants made tunnels and then with treatment. Again, what was the duration of time? What the fuck was the treatment? Why are the ants not making tunnels like they're meant to do, but building some fucking Tower of Babel up to the... What the fuck is going on here? Look at this thing. What is this supposed to show? Where are the ants? Did they just change into this white matter? Like, what is this white matter?
So we were able to show that we could take a mechanical device and transfer energy from that device over to a living system where it would increase the energy in the ant, and the ant could end up doing more useful work.
That's considered more useful work. I'd like to have like an ant specialist. People that study, you know, insects, and I don't know if an ant is categorized as an insect, but I'm like, this is more productive. That's your evidence? What the fuck is an ant going to do with tunnels above ground? Ants need to burrow underground. They build an anthill. They're very busy. They have a complicated system too. They have like those soldiers and they do their, you know, that's just like my limited knowledge. I don't know what this is proof of. How is this more productive? What are they producing? More ants? More food? Does their movements somehow of this structure that's this mass of white on top of this gel, how does that prove it's more productive? Are they just gone fucking crazy? They're just like shooting out like ant spider webs like Spider-Man. They just, and it's just made this, and it's because you see more shit that equates to being more productive. What does this have to do with 432 hertz, 440 hertz, 108 nodes in an atom, tin oxide, manipulating matter with energy, with frequency to create a new material that they compared with 60,000 other substances, and there's been this new matter that's created that is gold in color?
So this is
like that song. It's like, she'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. Yeehaw! You know, and it's like bringing 6 white horses, bringing, you know, it's bringing great Aunt Mabel. You got to remember all the way back what she brought around the mountain. David's bringing around the mountain everything and the kitchen sink. He brings everything. He's still going.
very key, because what we know from other experiments is that if you can increase the amount of energy that's available in a living system, gene expression changes to a more youthful state. So what does this have to do with human beings?
Yeah, really good question.
Well, this is a link now.
Because in all species observed, there is a link between energy and longevity. In humans, increasing the energy in the mitochondria causes observable age reversal effects. Well, that explains everything. We saw the flux capacitor double. I'm calling it a flux capacitor. I hope you're catching that reference, by the way. I'm sure you have, but I'm calling it that. So the double helix flux capacitor that made plants grow, apparently, and then we've got ants that were healthy, normal, making tunnels, and then they've just like totally gone psychotic and just like making stuff. All these, I don't know what the hell they've made. It's like a bunch of white cream colored debris. I don't know what it is. I don't know what its purpose is on top. And that's the treatment. And so in human beings, what does it have to do with human beings? Well, because in all species observed, there is a link between energy and longevity, you guys. How can you not be following this? Am I the only one that's done my homework? Oh, I'm not going to do a Trump impression. Don't worry, honey. Holy fuck.
And a missing piece in longevity. As people age, the amount of energy in their cells decline. Mitochondrial dysfunction. So if we can have a technology that can reverse that, we can, at minimum, keep people younger longer.
It's not midichlorian, it's mitochondria.
The next model that we went to was working with lobsters. And as it lobsters have entered stage left. It turned out, the technology that you're going to see today is based off of...
Yes! Lobsters!
Lobster
waves!
Completely defy the aging process.
Lobsters completely defy the aging process. What would lobsters do? #WWLD. What would lobsters do? Lobsters don't give a fuck. Lobsters are unlike any other creature on this planet. Lobster nation.
I have another confession to make.
I am a fraudster and I'm completely fucking insane.
When we first built this equipment in our lab, I have a lot of really talented engineers that I work with, and we were setting all of this up and going through all these trials, and we got the first drops of this new water coming out of the machine. I said, I've done it. I've created lobster water. And so I was telling Meredith about this, and I was talking to Wayne about this, and I said, guys, this is incredible.
Did you talk to my girl Sally about that too? Did they think it was so funny? Oh, David, you're so silly. Talking about lobster water.
We have this new technology. I call it lobster water. It's going to revolutionize health. And Meredith said, question, is it too late to change the name?
Oh, the courtesy laugh. It's even in that room that is supposed, I think it has like 5,000 people in it. Not very many people are laughing. Even they're cringing so hard. You know it's bad when people that brainwashed, they're not even laughing at your jokes. Oh, Lobsters.
Needless to say, your product will not be called lobster water.
It's not their product.
But it is the key.
May hold the key to human longevity and age reversal. Like, you thought it was weird that Justin Prince had an unnatural obsession with boxes. This guy and lobsters takes it to another level.
To bringing light into the body.
Look at this. Be the light. Justin Prince has be the one. Their worlds are going to collide.
And let's go to the video.
For those curious about the intersection of science, faith, and naturalism, there sure are some fascinating conversations and facts out there that speak to the concept of intelligent design, the debate on God's existence, the age of the earth, unfathomable mathematical coincidences, Bible codes, and more. For instance, with over 11 million followers on YouTube, Destin Sandlin from Smarter Every Day recently visited Vanderbilt University to do...
Okay, so this guy, I don't believe that this individual who has 11 million followers knows that his content is being, his image is being used to support the legitimacy of David Schmidt's claims. I really don't. What do you think? This is, I understand that you can have, you know, you take people's content and you can comment on it, and that this is something totally different. They're using this piece of content that's been made saying he has 11 million followers. This is meant to deceive everybody that is in LifeWave to think that this guy is condoning LifeWave's products. There's 11 million people behind this guy. He's speaking on this video. This video is being played at our conference, at our large group awareness training for a reason. I would love to know if this guy knows that his content is being used at a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, this ridiculous fraud. I bet he doesn't.
Research with his camera rolling on the existence of something called the flagellar motor.
The implications for a biomechanical motor are insane.
Think this bacteria is somehow moving just to move? Think again.
This bacteria has an operating system,
Yeah.
it has sensors,
Yeah.
it has effectors, it has actuators,
exactly, yeah.
and it has feedback.
Yeah.
And I'm getting emotional.
I know.
Because it's so, it's a neat design, as they'll say.
It is. And it is all made out of molecules and looks like a sophisticated biomechanical motor that only recently was brought into focus through intense magnification imaging and modeled by the School of Pharmacology at Vanderbilt. It's made up of molecules and is here by chance.
So the flagellar motor exists, and it's amazing. It's complex, and it reminds me of an electric motor, and I love it. Like, I love this thing, and I think it's incredible. There are implications for the fact that something so complex exists, and is so integral to the creation of human life. I mean, this is fascinating stuff. So,
Like, I just imagine if, like, some of my content was used to promote a multi-level marketing company, a company's products. They played it on the fucking big screen at a large group awareness training. Like, can you imagine? If you make content, or if you saw somebody that you know, you're like, what the fuck? They don't support this. There's no way. I mean, it's possible he might, but I doubt it. I really doubt it.
it also opens up a huge debate. People say, well, how can something this complex come to be out of nothing? The logic goes like this. If this motor system is composed of complex individual parts, and all these parts work together to perform the overall function of rotating, then how did the individual parts come to be? Did it all have to happen at the same time? What were the steps these components took to assemble into such a complex molecular machine in the first place?
And what does this have to do with David Schmidt's water machine and all of the other nonsense he's talked to up to this point? He is throwing shit at his participants, his victims in this pyramid scheme, fast and furious. Nobody knows what's going on right now.
Okay.
So what is that supposed to show? That's definitive proof of what? Where are we going with this? We just made a leap from lobsters to this thing that's apparently being studied at Vanderbilt University, being sure to mention that this person has 11 million followers on.
So let's talk about for a moment if we seriously want to take on this subject of human aging.
So he's showing this whole model, that looks like an electric motor, and you're talking about age reversal and people living younger, longer, stopping the aging process. You interrupt that with this guy talking about this electric motor, this thing that he's discovered, or, the Vanderbilt is looking at. And now you start going right back into lobster. Where is the tie-in with this? How does this at all relate to what you're talking about?
And we want to look at, is it biologically possible to stop aging and hopefully someday reverse it? Is there any evidence that this could possibly exist?
Why would you reverse aging? Oh, I know. So you look better. That's what it is. I mean, again, with application of, if you like for health purposes, medical, to cure in like what is kind of like incurable diseases now, but it's never the case with these companies. It's always like you can look younger. For sure, they'll probably talk about belly fat at some point. These companies always do. They always use women to look at how much younger they look. That's the application. That's the world-shattering application of like creating new matter of tin and making it in different colors and discovering these frequencies that his dad used to play the piano. That was an important piece of information to introduce. And then this guy who has 11 million followers talking about this other thing and lobsters. And we're going to stop aging so women can look better. Because a lot of the people involved in this pyramid scheme are women. They're recruiting others and selling this LifeWave patch, and then soon to be these machines with water. You run water through the filter. It puts light in your body. Oh my God.
Well, what's so interesting is that when we go back to 2018, when we had the start of the release of X39, we knew that this was going to mobilize stem cells in the body, that this was going to support natural healing. It's going to turn on energy production, help to regulate inflammation in the body, support overall natural healing. We started to see testimonials where it looked like people were becoming younger.
Wow, look at that. More irrefutable proof, you guys. I have no questions at all about this. Wow, look at that.
Here was one example. One
A woman.
person likes that.
Wow, it looks pretty amazing. Wow, I'm sold. Sign me up. Is that my girl, Sally?
5,000 people like that. So we started to see this evidence that as people began using X39, they showed physical signs of becoming younger. And in some cases, the results were dramatic. It certainly
This is fucking embarrassing. Jesus Christ.
wasn't that case with everyone. I wish it was, but it wasn't that case with everyone. But we did have dramatic testimonials like this. So the question is, what's
There's like nothing even on here. This is just 3 pictures. You don't even know if it's the same fucking person. It doesn't even, the first one, at least it says day 1, day whatever. It doesn't say anything. Did they wear X39 every day on the same buttock? Did they follow a certain protocol? Or is this just 3 pictures of the same person over their lifespan? Like, this is absurd.
going on here? What can we learn? And can we come up with technology to apply this to everyone?
Just 3 pictures. Nothing else on here. Just 3 pictures.
Because it certainly looks like it's possible to at least reverse part of the aging process. And certainly copper peptide will do that. So let's take a look through the literature. And this is fascinating. I've used this example before, but it's worth emphasizing again. Oxytocin. Oxytocin is the hormone that we associate with love. It's the hormone that's released when
Flashes up this little screenshot of something that you can't barely read, that everybody in the audience isn't able to read. I wonder if they're going to be distributed this literature that he's referencing as part of their swag bags, I doubt it.
a woman gives birth, so it allows for bonding between, I was going to say a woman. Is that okay to say these days? I think it's okay, right? Yeah, I'm going to say it anyway because I know there's men and women, and a woman is a woman.
Oh my God, David, you're so awesome. I can't even believe how funny you are. You're so in tune with the times. Such edgy commentary.
Okay. And some
He's going to start selling Patriot boxes of beef from Melaleuca next.
matter of fact, I think you should elect me to the Supreme Court because I can say what a woman is.
Oh my fucking God, just let it go. Jesus Christ. What are you selling here? I think you're getting a good idea. Like the way they weave this different rhetoric in. What does this have to do with lobsters and frequencies? Everything these fuckers do is for a reason. It's to manipulate people.
Okay. All right. Anyway. So that's how it works. Now, here's the really interesting thing, though, about oxytocin, is that if we take old muscle tissue and we expose it to oxytocin, it will have a rejuvenation.
Oh my God, here we go. We got 3 more slides.
effect on that muscle tissue. So the muscle fibers begin to look like and resemble young, healthy tissue. So this can't happen unless we're having an effect on the genes. Now we can understand this from the perspective of biochemistry. So when we're in a state of love, there's a state of reduced stress, anxiety, the body's calm, we're conserving antioxidants, there's less inflammation in the body. And ultimately, when we're not in a chronic state of inflammation, that means we're protecting our DNA. So it's kind of easy to understand on this.
Oh, that's what it means? When you're not in a chronic state of inflammation, it means you're protecting your DNA. Okay, got it. Write this down.
The biochemical process when we're thinking of prevention, but when we're thinking about age reversal, that's an entirely different subject. There's more going on here.
Age reversal.
Than simple biochemistry. So let's see if we can understand that.
Yes.
So let's take a look at lobsters.
Lobsters. Look at this magnificent beast. This lobster is not here to play. This is like the emperor lobster.
We're going to use lobsters as a biological model. And
This is like Game of Thrones lobster. Like, that's a good picture of a lobster. That's a nice looking lobster. Look at him. He's like, I would live immortal. I would be living forever if I didn't die. Life wave. Lobster wave. I wonder if that's an AI lobster or if it was an actual lobster.
lobsters are able to defy aging. There have been lobsters that have been found that are over 130 years old.
What about parrots? They live a long time. What about turtles? Sea turtles.
And
They defy aging, or is this just like they age? They can live a long life. They defy aging? Or is it just longevity? If you have somebody, like have a population of people where everybody dies when they're 50, but then you have another population where there's like some people that are living like to 80, do you say they defy aging?
lobsters don't age during that process. So if you were to examine the muscle of the lobster that's 130, it would look like it is young and healthy. There's no type of oxidative stress, no inflammatory stress, no signs of aging whatsoever. In
Lobsters are truly a miracle animal.
fact, as lobsters get older, they get stronger. So we want to understand this.
Look at this lobster. He's like, yes, that's right. I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm faster. The older I get, the better I get. I age like fine wine, much like Gen X.
They're not going to die due to old age. Lobsters will be killed by a predator like human beings. They're going to get sick.
Lobsters don't die of old age, but they do get sick and then they die. But they don't die of old age.
Or they're going to
Don't you dare accuse a lobster of dying of old age.
outgrow their shells. Those are the mechanisms in which a lobster is going to meet their end. But it doesn't happen through normal aging. So when scientists look at an explanation.
I mean, it could be argued that people don't die of old age either. There's usually something that happens. Maybe you have some, and it's because you get older. But nobody dies. I don't think on anybody's death certificate. It's like you have the coronary. We're like, yeah, they died of old age. Like there's a reason why they died. Maybe they had a heart attack. Maybe they had a stroke. Maybe there was a blood clot. Like it's not old age. I guess we all have more in common with lobsters than we thought.
In the scientific literature, the prevailing theory is that this all has to do with the telomeres.
I like that lobster. I gotta take a screenshot of that lobster.
Excuse me. So this is based on telomere biology, meaning that telomeres are the rods on the end of chromosomes, and they're going to control the number of cell divisions. So as we age, as human beings age, these telomere rods get shorter and shorter until finally we're in our 70s, and our cells can no longer multiply and divide. In lobsters, that process never happens. Lobsters, their cells will continue to divide an infinite number of times.
Great. So how do we become lobsters? We don't want to be humans anymore. We want to be like lobsters. We don't want to shorten our telomeres. We want to lengthen the telomeres. Got it. So how can everything become like lobsters? I would like my pets to live a long time. I would like my pets, my cats, and my dogs that I've had over the years. I'd like them to live a longer time than they do. Can this technology be used for them too? Can I put their light infused water in their bowls and it will grow their telomeres too? I mean, animals, I think, are closer to lobsters than humans are, but I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we're just the exact same as lobsters.
So, of course, humans have these telomeres, and one of the searches today in telomere biology is to look for either a drug or a naturally occurring material that can keep the telomeres lengthened. So, all that information is true. However, what we found in our research is that
All of it is true.
This was not the whole story. It was part of the story, but it doesn't explain everything. So what
You thought Make Wellness Peptides was a hoot. You had no idea about this. You had no idea about this guy.
if there's more
You're welcome.
going on here? Let's see what we can learn. What if there is some natural living code that's responsible for the lobster's immortality? We already know that everything in the body is controlled by light. It's the way we were created. It's the way we were.
Is that right? We already know that. I did not know that until this moment. Everything is because of light. Okay.
Designed, and it's very easy to prove scientifically. The electromagnetic systems in the body, the electrical systems in the body control the biochemistry. So there must be a way to tap in.
Since we know light controls everything that goes on in the cells, perhaps we can uncover the light code that allows lobsters to escape the aging process.
Into this. How are the lobsters using their energy fields to prevent aging? That's what we want to know. So since we are in the business of treating the body with light,
Lobsters use light and their energy to prevent aging. We need to figure out the secret code. ... dash 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 ... dash dash, or I don't know which one it is, whatever the Morse code for SOS is. But that's what's going on in the family member's brain as they're watching this. They're trying to get their friend or family member out of this. They're like, SOS!
a valuable tool is spectrophotometry. Spectrophotometry is going to measure the energy that is absorbed or reflected or emitted by a material. And depending on the device,
Oh, yes, another complicated looking thing. Yay!
this will happen in the UV, visible, or the IR spectra. So we get our light source, it goes through a lens.
We've gone from music, some guy in 1834 with the piano, and now we're on to spectrophotometry.
To help focus this, we get a spectra of light, and then we
None of these people have done a simple calculation of how much money they're spending per month and how much money they're earning. None of them. No training on that at all. Just this. None of these participants know what a pyramid scheme is.
look to see when we're testing a material, how that material responds to these different wavelengths of light. So another question is, if we're going to look for the secret of longevity in a lobster, where are we going to look?
We'd look at their telomeres.
So we have a research tool to do the examination, but where are we going to find the secret? Well, we can look to the Bible.
That's the natural conclusion, of course. If we want to study lobsters and see what's going on, the natural next step would be to not look at the lobsters, but now look at the Bible. Okay? That's what we have to do next. In the book of Genesis, to be precise.
Because the Bible is going to contain incredible information. We go to the book of Genesis, and we go to the story of Noah. So there's evil upon the earth.
This is bringing in everybody now. You've got like scientists, spectrophotometer, whatever. You've got people that study ants, maybe people with familiarity with growing pot in California. And now you can have like biblical scholars. Like everybody could come in on this life wave training and like debunk everything this guy is saying. It's going to take that to bring these multi-level marketing companies to an end, you know. But these people will continue to go on to scam. They'll just be they'll find something else to do. So that's why we need to have people realize how they're being scammed, how to recognize a scam.
Probably learned from this lesson today. There's evil upon the earth. God regrets creating human beings and wants to wipe everything out and start over. But he finds that Noah is righteous. And Noah is the one good man and his family on the planet. So Noah and his family are going to be saved. So we all know the story. So what's interesting...
Well, not everybody knows the story, but I guess everybody in your little echo chamber cult knows the story, because that's the people that are attracted into this thing. It's like an affinity fraud.
Here is how human lifespan changes in the Bible. As a matter of fact, there is a statistical analysis on this, which shows that if you take the ages of people in the Bible as it's represented through these generations, that it forms a statistically significant decay curve. In other words,
Wow, and does it match what's going on with lobsters too? Because I'm still unclear as to how we made the leap from lobsters to the Bible. Where is that connection? Because that's a pretty big fucking leap for man, and another one also for mankind. Oh, maybe I should say woman and womankind. Oh, I'm so fucking funny and edgy.
those ages were not in the Bible as a random number. They're an accurate representation of exactly what happened. And so what can we learn from this? Well, God says to Noah, okay, now you can go and eat the flesh of animals. So presumably, before the flood, people were vegans. We're eating fruits and vegetables. But now we're going to go ahead and eat the flesh of animals, but don't eat the blood, because the life is in the blood. So what if we were to take that literally? What if there was something in blood?
Well, I think some religions do.
That hadn't been discovered? We all know what blood is meant to do, but maybe there's something else there that's been overlooked. So,
oh, and it's the lobster blood. Oh my God. It was right there in front of us this whole time.
let's take a look. For lobster blood, there's a number of different varieties. And we turn.
There's green blood, there's black blood, there's purple blood, there's tin oxide blood, there's 432 megahertz blood, there's 440 megahertz blood. There's a variety of types of lobster blood.
To the scientist that's an expert, Robert Brear. And he's been studying lobsters his entire life.
Robert's like, David, get my name out of your filthy little mouth. We've had this conversation before. I'm getting another fucking email from somebody who's watched a video of you at a conference saying my name. I do not want to be affiliated with your lobster wave multi-level marketing pyramid scheme.
Life. And we had a very interesting conversation with him. And one of the things that came out of this was that lobster hemolymph was being used.
Although maybe he's in on it too. I mean, that's a possibility. Lobster blood. Building off existing research on hemocyanin in other sea creatures, he found that lobster blood has the potential to fight off viruses, kill cancer cells, and act as an antigen carrier for vaccines. And there's early evidence it can reduce the viral load in COVID-19. Now you're starting to see where people saying kills cancer cells. X39 can cure cancer. Where would participants get this idea?
As a
Is lobster blood in X39? What does that have to do with reflecting light back into your body? Or is it a mathematical code that then, well, where are we going to look for the lobster blood? Well, we're going to look in the Bible. Where are we going to look at next?
treatment for COVID-19. And lobster blood is based on copper. Of course.
Of course it's based on copper. So we go back to the periodic table. This is like the rock tumbler that I always wanted to get from the Sears catalog for Christmas, the wish book. I'd like, oh fuck, I wanted that. It was like $39.99. Just like, I've since learned that it was like a big disappointment. Some people liked it, but a lot of people were like, be happy that you didn't get it. It wasn't that big a deal anyway. But it's like your brain is just now, we've gone back to the periodic table. It's copper. So then copper is going to somehow turn into a piano. And then you're going to have a table with numbers going vertically and horizontally. Some of those columns are going to be doubled. Some are going to be tripled until you find random numbers that equate to whatever the fuck you want to make a point of. It happens to be 108 nodes in an atom and 440 hertz.
So what's hemocyanin? Hemocyanin is a
Oh, there we go.
So lobsters are the
Now,
Vulcans.
that makes no fucking sense. A copper-containing protein, chemically unlike hemoglobin, is found in some crustaceans. Let me guess, is it found in lobsters? It's blue in color when oxygenated and colorless when oxygen is removed.
On this planet, for all you Star Trek fans. Oh, so happy we've got some Star Trek fans here today. Okay. Oh, a lot of Star Trek fans, all right. So, of course, we can't help but notice that in human beings, GHK is bound to copper, and that will reset.
All Star Trek fans are like, oh my God, we need to save our people from this fucking cult. Don't drag in Star Trek to LifeWave.
At about 1/3 of the human genome to a younger state. So I think it's fair to say, would a similar mechanism be going on in lobsters? Does the copper content have anything to do with the longevity? So we could look there. And what's the connection? So we pull up this research study that's done by Professor Joseph Kunkel. That's a big lobster. I'm not sure if it's just coming out of a broiler, though. I think it's alive, but I'm not sure. That would feed a lot of people. And here's what the spectrophotometry chart is going to look like on this. And I started to notice when I looked at this data.
Give me a break. Look at this. All these people at this conference are sitting through this presentation and they think they're really learning something. The green Sarah exhibit a transmission spectrum that has two peaks, one in the green near 550 nm. Is this Newton meters? What is nm? I had like a flashback to like high school days. I remember learning about Newton meters. No idea what it means. And one in the violet region near 400 nm. And look at this just shows it, you guys. Wavelength nm, figure 1 UV visible light transmission spectrum for 3 female lobster serums, green, dark orange, and dark blue. Okay, yeah, I totally get this. This is extremely valuable. This just shows that anybody pointing out this is a scam is clearly not all there. You know, they clearly vibrate at a lower frequency, because this completely makes sense.
That there were these peaks that were going on at 550 nanometers and 400.
Oh my God, it says bovine in the bottom. Yes, compared to bovine serum. There is I'm like, all multi-level marketing companies are just going to like together. It's going to cause another big bang.
Nanometers. So the visible spectra is between 400 and 700 nanometers. Anything under 400 is up in the UV range. Below 700 is in the infrared range. And you can see that there's these interesting effects that occur where these 3 different samples intersect between 700, 710 nanometers, and 525 nanometers. Okay, I know this is getting technically boring.
It was nanometers, not Newton meters. Oh, silly me.
But there's a reason why we want to go through this. So a moment ago, we were talking about musical scale and 432 hertz. So
just a minute ago,
we did these experiments and we showed that if we put music essentially into these electromagnetic coils, that we could
dun, 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 dun.
accelerate the way that people healed. What does this have to do with wavelengths of light and lobster blood? Is there any possible connection? So the immediate thing that we notice is that if we start with a 432 based tuning and then we double the number, we're going up in octave.
Olive tree people now pulls up. What are you talking about frequencies there, David? I think Olive Tree People is he from Germany? I think his name is Thomas. Thomas is like, we talking about frequencies. I have the market on frequencies. He's going to have like Olive Tree People and Make Wellness. They're going to be moving in there. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're messing with our business here. Even our shit is crazy, but you're giving multi-level marketing a bad name, David. Meanwhile, Thomas from Olive Tree People is having meditation sound baths for, what is he selling it for? $149.99, $17.99 courses, special frequencies that emit from his special olive groves that you just pay the money and you can sit in and listen to. Dong, mani padme mani padme I used to say, I had a cat named Mandalay. And I'd say, oh, Mandalay, pet my bum. Oh, Mandalay, pet my bum. You know, when you go like this with cats and then their bum goes up in the air. Maybe somebody would pay for that meditation. Give them a deal. $197 with a coupon off for $200.
So here's what I did. I took 432 and you continue to double.
I divided it by 69. I put it in the toilet. I flushed it. It came back up. It went down the sewer. Saw it on my tree. The circle of life. The bear came, ate the apple, shit in my backyard, videoed it, put it on Instagram. Somebody took a screenshot of it, reported it to Fish and Wildlife. Somehow, then I ended up buying this capybara lamp, and I turned it on, and I bought it from Australia, so I had to buy a new plug-in for it, and here we are. And it all came from the 432 hertz.
And you can also put this into a online calculator for converting frequency over to wave.
Of course you can. That would make so much sense. I'd be suspicious if you couldn't do that. That would be the one red flag for me.
Length. So there's a number of ways to make this calculation, but basically you can convert a musical note over to a wavelength of light. So that's what I did here. And we end up with
the reading rainbow.
400. When you do the calculation, you end up with 432 hertz, equal to approximately 631 nanometers. Now, I'll tell you why that's interesting. It's interesting because in the scientific literature, 630 nanometer light is one of the wavelengths of light that's used to turn on mitochondrial function. And 440 hertz is not. All musical instruments should be tuned to 432 hertz because it is harmonic with the human body. It actually promotes energy and healing.
Oh, Is that right? If you have a piano and it's not tuned to that hertz, you're not promoting healing, and that's a shame. If you have a tuba, make sure it's cranking out those notes, those throaty notes. Blah, 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 432 hertz. I don't know any other way to comment on this stuff. I find it funny too. Every once in a while, there's like some random person that comes in. They have no fucking idea about multi-level marketing. They're like, "Well, I'd really like to watch this video without your commentary." It's like, get the fuck out of here. I just don't know.
Alternatively, we can use 630 nanometer light to turn on mitochondrial function. But we're still going to, if we do that, we're still going to be stimulating the outside of the body. And the patches are still superior in the sense because we can turn on specific peptides in the body that you can't with normal light. But this is a very powerful piece of information. So let's take a look at this. So we go back to our lobster data, and now we have 550 nanometers is one wavelength of light that's coming off of lobster blood. 630 nanometers, we took that number based off of 432 hertz tuning because that's what we were using in our experiments. And my hypothesis was that 630 nanometer light is in the lobster, we just didn't detect it in the lobster blood. So I had that hypothesis. And then the other wavelength of light was somewhere on the chart, would be somewhere between 700 and 709 nanometers, roughly. Those are the wavelengths we're working with. So this was my first invention that came off this process. I call it a biophotonic reflector, and ended up getting several patents on this. And if you look inside this device, you'll see that we have a series of optical filters, very high precision optical filters, along with an optical grade mirror. So essentially, we take the light, the naturally occurring biophoton emissions from the human body, they pass through the filters, hit the mirror, and then come back to the human body, but only specific wavelengths of light stimulate the surface of the skin. So that was the idea behind this. Let's see if we could treat the surface of the skin with the same wavelengths of light that are responsible for keeping lobsters young. Did that make sense? Okay, that was the objective. We got 2 to 3 years of age reversal in in 10 minutes. And the way we measured this was through looking at the
In 10 minutes. That's quite a lot of age reversal. Did you notice he also mentioned peptides? This is hilarious.
cell capacitance, the size of the cells. So a measure of how cells age is in their size. As we age, the cells will begin to shrink. And the electrical charge of the cell will start to become smaller. It's one of the mechanisms that's not well known about how a healthy cell goes and becomes cancerous tissue, and how ultimately cancer can be treated naturally. But that's a different subject. So
Wow. Cancer can be treated naturally. Another really good sign of why multi-level marketing participants with this LifeWave bullshit are saying LifeWave can cure cancer. He's making this claim. This is so fucking disgusting. People that are really suffering, that are looking for some hope, they will give people like him money. And he gets away with this shit because he's not making videos every day. He's not making content on putting it on his stories and trying to recruit people and then trying to say, you're a hater. You don't believe in acupuncture. Therefore, you don't believe in LifeWave. That's the comments from people in LifeWave are so fucking weird. They're very lengthy. There's like a script that I guess they're trained on, and then they hunt down people speaking out against this company, exposing the fraud, and they try to like die on the hill of fucking lobster wave, and they'll write this whole thing about, I guess you don't believe in acupuncture either. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, get out, get off of my channel, go read a book, go touch grass, go give your head a shake, because your behavior is ridiculous. Why are you watching this video and defending this? There is no defense for this. You are being scammed. And I'm out here with other people trying to give you the information so you will not waste any more of your time or money. People are like, you're scamming. How the fuck am I scamming people? I don't charge anything for my content. In fact, you should be able to watch my YouTube videos without an ad. I do this to make a point. Plus, I'm stubborn as fuck. And I also support people that are making money from their content. because both things can be true at once. Multiple things can be. So you want to, oh, you're a scammer, Julie. What the fuck am I scamming you for? Am I asking for your money? Do I have a subscription? Am I offering you coaching? Am I selling you a way that you could cure cancer naturally? What exactly am I scamming you with? Because I'm giving you the truth. Not like this guy. Not like your upline.
We can correlate aging to the electrical charge around the cell. So when you use this device, the cells expand, cells become younger. But it's almost too rapid. So we wanted to look for other methods here. Now let's go back to this idea.
Well, he just glosses over these things. The age reversal process, like it's too rapid. Why is it too rapid? Can't it just be faster? I thought faster is better. The sooner you can look younger, the better. So why is it a flaw? What would happen to these things that have this incredible results of age reversal in 10 minutes? Like what's going on?
That we can use technology to create new forms of matter. Maybe we could take some of those experiments that we did and apply it to this new knowledge that we have. If we were going to create new matter, what would we do?
Well, we would sell it with a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme. That's what we would do. We would create another product to sell to our distributors, which are the only customers, the virtually only customers. When you have pretty much 99% of people buying shit from your company, it's safe to say it's virtually all.
Hydrogen, as it turns out, has a metallic state. So of course we're familiar with hydrogen and water, but if we just take hydrogen, of course it's a gas, we can compress hydrogen and turn it into a liquid, and of course that's a cryogenic material. But what's not well known is that hydrogen can actually exist as a metal. So if we go back to these experiments and we say, okay, we took different types of metal. We took bismuth, copper, tin, aluminum, antimony. We put them into the presence of oxygen, exposed them to light and these electromagnetic fields, and we created new matter. What if we could take water and we could break it?
Or we could do the same thing and make gold. I need
the hydrogen and oxygen, treat hydrogen like a metal, recombine the hydrogen and oxygen in the presence of a catalyst using a specific type of energy, and reassemble it into a new form of water that never existed before. That was the hypothesis. So if we could achieve this, what it would literally mean is that if we could do it, we could create a new type of water that had photons of light embedded into the bonds of the water, so that when you drank the water, it would release that light into the body. That was the goal here. And that's how we got from where we started to where we are now in this presentation. So I built this machine that was it was a great Tony Stark moment for me. It was
Tony Stark. He has a collection of Iron Man figurines in his little office. One of the videos that I reacted to when I first stumbled across this guy, it's so fucking weird. He's got little statues, little figurines, big figurines. Like he's a CEO of LifeWave, and that's what he puts behind him. Figurines of Iron Man.
Maybe about 3 feet wide and about 9 feet long. And we started getting drops of water coming out of this thing. And it was incredible to see it for the first time. But it was so slow. It was so painful. But we did it. So everyone knows what ice looks like. Here's a beaker of distilled water where we freeze it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take this new water and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to freeze it. So why do we want to freeze it? Well, it's a phase change. Another hypothesis here is that as water goes from being a liquid to a solid, in chemistry, that's a phase change.
Lots of hypotheses here.
So can we see whether or not the light in the water is going to be released when the water changes state? Because that would represent a change in the bond angle. So it would make sense to me that the light would be released during that process. And that would be a really great thing, because it would mean that once the water gets into the body, the water will phase change and release the light. So,
oh, that's how it works. The water does the phase change and then it releases the light. The light is then in your body. And we all know that we want light in our body because we're going to change into light beings. Just become blue man and rise up in the sky. It's the natural next step.
Let's see what happens. We started freezing it, and we started to notice these highly coherent threads of water crystals. So this was important because we know that if you were to have a strong...
But are they as long as the telomeres on the lobsters? Are they the equal length? Are they shorter? Are the threads at all have anything to do with the telomeres in lobsters? The threads of water.
Structured water, the water is highly organized. So we start to see some evidence here.
Distilled water lobster treatment.
And sorry, I skipped ahead one. Okay, now we're good.
Lobster treatment. What is the lobster treatment? Takes a lobster, just puts it in the water, and the lobster, it's just as like it like pulses out its light, and then they take the lobster out. My God, look at that. We've got threads of ice in the water.
When the water freezes completely, really interesting things happen. We get a vortex funnel that occurs at the center of the beaker. And of course,
A vortex funnel!
Associate vortexes with natural energy and living systems. If you look at the beaker from underneath, again, you can see this implosion that occurs as the water crystals move towards the center as compared to...
It's an implosion, a vortex. I mean, this is irrefutable proof. This is lobster treatment. What the fuck is the lobster treatment? Distilled water processed with 30 minutes of light. You put a light on your water? Is the lobster, what is the lobster treatment? Is there lobster blood in your water? Where do the peptides come into this?
The control. As you change the wavelengths of light that we use to treat the water, different shapes start to appear. Living shapes start to appear. In some samples, they were...
Living shapes start to appear. So when you freeze water, so say you're like out walking around, say you live in Canada and you're familiar with ice forming on top of moving bodies of water, or even like a lake, and you see interesting things like the way the ice forms. These are living shapes because it's made with light. That's why it's different. The way normal water freezes, it's just freezing water, but with life wave, with lobster light, with the lobster treatment. Holy fuck. I feel so sorry for these people in this company when they wake up from this thing. The good thing is that when a lot of these, so many people, they have a good sense of humor. You can use that to help heal, you know? It's one thing these companies and CEOs don't like. They take themselves so fucking seriously. It's wild. They really do crumble like a cracker when you laugh at them.
Resemble an egg. And what do we think about eggs? Eggs are life.
Ah, fuck, again, that's what it is. Because you look at a lobster, the natural thing to do then is to look at the Bible. You look at this living shape. Well, what does that look like? Well, to me, it looks like an egg. And what does egg means? Egg means life. A, B, C, D, E. E is the letter 5, which if you divide it by pi, 3.14, because when I think of an egg, I also think of when you crack it into a pie, and I really like rhubarb pie. And like my dad always said, you don't want to just use your belly button for nothing. You put sugar in your belly button so you can dip your rhubarb in it. Rhubarb also goes in the pie, but if you take away the E, which is the number 5, that equals 3.14 to infinity. It makes sense. Lobster light treatment. Sign me up, X39.
And depending on the type of water that we use and the treatment and the amount of treatment time, we get an increase in the density of the number of water threads. So what this means is that we can control.
So you have to freeze the water. There's going to be more threads in the water, and then you got to thaw the water, and then you got to drink the water, and then there's going to be light in your body. Got it. Okay. Oh no! No! I clicked again. Damn it! I'm always clicking around. This is just the beginning. No! Gotta go back. Oh, where did we go? Oh my God, we're getting into Hebrew and Greek. Oh no, polymath. Oh, how far back? Oh, there we go.
The water through the settings. You probably would like to see this now, right? Okay, we're going to watch now a time-lapse video that we took. What we did in our lab was we took a freezer. Okay, we're going to play it, so just watch it. We have our freezer, and as a glass front, we have a time-lapse camera. So you're seeing this water sample being frozen over.
Kangen Huns are mad. He's pissing off Make Wellness with his, he mentioned peptides. He's pissing off Thomas from Olive Tree People with his frequencies. And now he's going to piss off Kangen with his water machine. He's pissing off everybody.
For a period of about...
They're going to take each other out. This is the battle of the multi-level marketing companies. Our MLM isn't an MLM. Ours is social selling. We hold ourselves to a higher standard. We're unlike other MLMs. We're a brand new affiliate model. We vibrate at a higher frequency than you. You don't have to sell, you don't have to recruit products, or you don't have to, I'm so fucked up already. You don't have to recruit people for our multi-level marketing company. We're direct selling. They all are like, we had peptides first. Peptides is not the way we've done it.
4 or 5 hours. So normal ice on the left, and there's our nice vortex funnel and implosion of water on the right.
Oh, so you need the vortex and the implosion of water. Okay. I almost should have done a live stream for this video.
Okay. What do you think? And then sometimes really weird things will happen when we're playing with the settings on the machine.
I bet there's a weird thing happening right now watching this conference.
Sometimes we will get these pylons that will rise out of the water, and we get all different types of shapes. My daughter Kelly, who's in our lab, this is her project. She's done a phenomenal job on these experiments.
His daughter, Kelly, is she 5 years old, playing in the lab? What are her credentials? It's okay, darling. Just go in there and press the buttons, see what happens. We'll use it. We'll publish it in my scientific studies. Does she have a PhD too?
And she calls this a strawberry. So she's making strawberries out of ice.
Oh, wow. Is that the scientific name now?
In the lab. So now that we have created a new form of water.
They've created a new form of water too. They've created a new form of tin. They compared it to 60,000 other substances. Couldn't find anything like it. And now they've created a new form of water. It's H2, uh-oh.
The question is, and by the way, this is patented already. This was a very quick patent for us.
Of course it is.
So we'll have just filed another 4.
I'm going to file a patent. I'm going to hold like a flashlight up to a water. Or you know what? No, I've got something even more old school. I'm going to hold my my candle up to the water, light treatment. And I'm going to file the patent. I've created a new form of water, just like that. I'm going to drink this water. Holy shit, I just created more muscle. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Patents on this. We'll have over 20.
What if I put a potato in the water and then I add a light treatment to it? I'm getting ahead of myself.
Patents on this technology by the time we're done. So we need to be able to determine if there's any benefits from drinking this water. We've created this new form of water, never existed before. Now we want to know if there's any longevity benefit.
You tested on rabbits, lobsters, ants, or humans. Look at it. What happened next was truly incredible.
But what happened next, I think, was even more incredible. We had created this new water, never existed before. We did it from using a piece of equipment that has only been around since the 1950s, spectrophotometry. So prior to 1950s.
Wait, whose equipment did you use? Is it the double helix flux capacitor? The what light source did you use? You said it was lobster treatment. It's been around since the 1950s. You just are using somebody else's technology. What is this technology? How is the light going in the water? What the fuck is going on in that lab where strawberries are being made?
There would have been no way.
Why is your kid in there? I mean, maybe she's an adult. I don't know, but this is fucking weird. Why is your family member tinkering around in your lab?
To figure out what wavelengths of light lobsters were emitting, which was fundamental to this discovery.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. So there's that component too. That was crucial for this. What I didn't expect to find was that these same codes were already written in a book from over 5,000 years ago. Yes. What book was written over 5,000 years ago? This is a whole new world for me. I did not know there was a book from over 5,000 years ago that addressed this very same code that he has discovered in lobsters.
What I found, though, what I didn't expect, is that the same...
No, I understand exactly how you feel. This sounds crazy. I felt that nobody would believe me. But what I found was that this water, it darn tootin' made me live younger.
Codes, the same living codes that I used to create this technology were found in a book from 5,000 years ago. The key to this discovery was already in the Bible. Let's go to the video.
This is happening. This is not a drill. This is reality. This is going on right now. This was from LifeWave's convention this year, 2024. Was the Bible now written 5,000 years ago? What is going on? So the key to this discovery was found in the Bible because, you know, he already made that big leap from figuring out about the lobsters to then turning to the book of Genesis. Oh, just hang on.
Yeah.
A few brief thoughts on intelligent design, modern science, mathematics, and ancient codes. I don't know who has made this little video, but hang on.
You know that if you find an Indian arrowhead in a cave, archaeologists will immediately say, oh, intelligence has been here. They carved this Indian arrowhead. But then you point to DNA, which is the most complex information system, language system in the entire universe. It makes up our chromosomes, our genes, all the information that builds a human or a dog or a cat or whatever. And secular scientists,
Humans, a dog, a cat, or whatever. Also lobsters, I bet.
will say,
You forgot to say lobsters.
oh, chance. You know what DNA is? It's like a
Fucking jackpot. We hit the jackpot by just now writing letters to online casinos to get virtual tokens to gamble with. And then if you win, then you can cash out. And then you can say to everybody, I'm earning $75 an hour. And if you say that I'm gambling, then I'm going to call you a scammer. Oh, that's yet another multi-level marketing company. That's
complex information system. You see, life is built on information. Do you know how much information there is in living systems on this planet? It's not billions. It's not trillions. It's actually zillions of bits of information. And you know what? You've got to have a language to read the information. Do you know DNA not only has an incredible amount of information in it, but it also has information to make a language to read the information. If you're going to read a book and it's in Russian, you need to know the Russian code or language, or you can't.
Again, I don't know if this individual or whoever has made this video is affiliated with LifeWave, if they're aware that their material is being used by LifeWave to promote their multi-level marketing pyramid scheme to ultimately recruit more people, and to fob off this ridiculous machine that's going to put light in your fucking water. I wonder what the price of this amazing thing is going to be, because the price of their ridiculous adhesive patches is already really steep.
Read it.
Actually, the word mathematics did not mean the science of quantity until Aristotle. At Plato's time and before that, mathematics just meant learning. That's why the word polymath just means many, poly, learning. So it was synonymous with all learning because mathematics was just the language of all learning. You know, one other thing people don't realize is this was an age Greeks didn't have
People can't do simple math because they're in this pyramid scheme. And they're not even tracking their income versus their expenses.
numbers like we have. They use letters to describe their numbers. So the letter alpha was the number 1. The letter, beta was the number 2. And this was true also in Hebrew, in Phoenician, all the ancient languages. They were all using their letters to represent their numbers. It wasn't until we had the benefit of having the Arabs come up with the Arabic numeral system, right? And we got all the numbers that we currently have. But when you think about that, that means that all of the things that were written had both a literary meaning and a mathematical meaning. And this is why there's a whole study of this that people have long ignored, which is called gematria, right? And so there are hidden codes within the Bible that people that study this stuff swear by because they can find these hidden codes inside of it.
Well, we've got the CEO, David Schmidt of LifeWave, swearing by this. A somewhat dubious endorsement.
Because that's the way it was written in the first place.
Okay. So let's take a look at this. And if we're going to look in the Bible, let's start right in the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. So what information could possibly be there where we could learn something new that isn't already self-evident? Well, there is.
I bet if you were thinking, holy shit, okay, I'm going to debunk some science, I bet you did not think this video was going to go here.
It turns out more information there in this one simple sentence than we might normally think. So let's look at it. First of all, in the beginning.
Lobsters, spectrometry, whatever, and then the Bible.
We can think of this as representing the concept of time, past, present, future.
Okay, so now we're reinterpreting the Bible to suit our own purposes. Never seen this done before. The Trinity of length, width, and height. Okay, all right.
God created the heaven. Well, heaven is kind of everything around us. That's
Oh, that means space. God created the heaven represents space.
space, length, width, and height. And the earth, that represents
Oh, and the Trinity of solid, liquid, gas. Okay. Earth represents matter. He's substituting the words from the Bible with his own words to sell LifeWave X39 adhesive patches that participants are claiming cures cancer. And he has already said that there's natural ways to cure cancer or cure cancer.
Sense matter, solid liquid gas, plasma. So here in this first sentence, we have the very foundation of everything around us. And actually, this is quite consistent with how we might think of the start of everything. So in other words, God is outside of normal space.
There's no way to get this information out there. This is the only way. People need to see this. And there's, I'm just at a loss. People need to see what's going on in these multi-level marketing companies. This is what is happening now because MLM is legalized fraud and it's allowed to exist. This is where we are right now. This is one company. And it's fucking crazy, but this is going on in other multi-level marketing companies too. There's levels of nuts. People will say, what's the worst one? There is no worst one. It's like trying to grade levels of abuse. Abuse happens in all of these things. They have to. This is how they're made. They need to deceive you. They require emotional and psychological abuse. It keeps participants in. Does everybody experience it? Of course not. Do a lot of people do? Yes. What abuse is worse? It's like abuse is abuse, They're all fucked. And they all have their I don't know, their thread of fuckery. Like whatever little it's like freezing the vortex, the strawberry in the ice, the implosion. It's all messed up. This one is just, here we go. Sometimes it's more subtle. They'll use more it's cloaked in more everyday language, not personal development language where you can see I can kind of see how this would make sense. This one is just, it's more obvious if you're outside of it. But if you're inside one of these things, you're taking everything this guy says as gospel and they're not understanding what he's saying. But this stuff needs to be seen.
Time. There's this.
And it needs to be counteracted. It needs to have people making fun of it, showing how ridiculous this is, and then also providing that space for people to come out and be like, oh God, yes, I was had, to make it safe for them to say that because it hasn't existed before. If you say you're supposed to, you're going to be so filled with shame. So you feel like you're dumb. You feel, how could I have been so stupid? When you have these spaces where we can laugh at ourselves and be like, yeah, I know I had this experience too. It just takes the sting away from it. And it takes away the power from these fuckers, these fucking MLM CEOs.
Event called the Big Bang. That's how everything really began. And then all matter and everything around us came from that. And in this one sentence, all those concepts are there. But let's dig a little bit further. So we're going to look at the book of Genesis in the Hebrew.
So do you think he speaks Hebrew?
Because we can convert Hebrew over to a numerical code. We can convert the letters over into numbers, and we can convert the words over into numbers. So if we were to look at, in the beginning, God created the heaven and earth, in Hebrew, this is what we would say. And we see something very interesting. There's 7 words here, and there's going to be 3 words to the left of center, 3 words to the right of center. That center word can't really be translated into English.
Oh, so we're just going to ignore that one. We're just going to jettison anything that would interfere with my insane ramblings and interpretation of a mathematical code found in lobsters to sell my adhesive patches and then put light into water from a water machine that I'm going to sell to people in my multi-level marketing pyramid scheme. Let's just take the middle letter from the Hebrew translation from this Bible to now suit my whatever the fuck I'm going to say next. 3 letters to the left and 3 letters to the right. Let's get rid of the one in the middle. What is going on?
Not completely. So we have 5 letters to the left and right of center, and the second words have 3 letters. Okay, that's a little interesting. Let's take a look at this another way and use the numerical values.
It's just a little interesting.
First, let's go back 1 slide.
Because I forgot what I was going to say, and nobody has a clue what you're talking about right now.
There was something here I wanted to show you that wasn't here. we can look at this as being a ratio. 3 words out of 7, or 7 words and then 3. 3, 7, 7, 3. Those numbers mirror one another. Oops, try that again. Okay, so we're going to convert these letters and words over into numbers now, and this is what it's going to look like. So far, they just look like numbers, and nothing really much more about that. Oh, there's our 3773. My mistake. Okay, so we got these 7 words total, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Now, let's just start someplace, and let's add
This is his science, defending why his product is legitimate, why his discovery is legitimate. Can you imagine this guy defending for his PhD? What would that look like? I'd love to be a fly on the wall with that, just to see these people. How many people are there? Is there like 5 people that are going to ask you questions to see what an expert on like your dissertation is, or your topic, or whatever, your area of study? I'm not sure the way you describe this. Can you imagine him with his presentation? It would be like that show where those people come out, like, what is it, America's Got Talent, or something like that, where they always have the token person that just people make fun of, you know, that he would be that token person. But the sad thing about this is that he's the head of this company that is making a lot of money defrauding people with this nonsense. And he's up on stage at this conference, and people are just thinking this is the most amazing, profound presentation ever, you know?
all of these numbers together, we come up with 2,701. Okay, so far, nothing.
We don't like the 01, so we're just going to get rid of that, and then we're going to put in the 432 megahertz, and then we're going to add that up together. And then are you following me? Are you following me? The 108 nodes on the atom. Okay, am I the only one that did my homework?
Nothing really remarkable about that, apparently. However, 2007-1 is 37 times 73. 3.
Whoa! Holy shit! Mind blown. What are the odds of that happening? My God, he's a genius after all.
773. And I want you to remember that 3773 because later on it's become very important because it was foundational to a discovery I made.
What was that discovery? Which discovery?
37 happens to be the 12th prime number. 73 is the 21st prime number. 1, 2, 2, 1. Those numbers mirror one another. Maybe there's something about that we're supposed to pay attention to.
This is the scientific process in action, I guess, here. Got to be very skeptical of these big pharmaceutical companies, because this man is telling you the truth. This is the way that you really do science here.
Now let's have a little bit of fun with this and start to combine some of the different words. What might
Tickle the Hebrew letter that can't be translated into English in the middle, just a little bit. Let's see if it giggles and it like spits up some more numbers that can be mirrored to each other. I want to see 6, 9, and 9, 6 mirrored. That's my request.
we find? Well, let's take God, the earth, and the heaven as a concept and add those numbers together.
Why would you just pick those how the hell? Why didn't you pick capybara, cat, and book? Why didn't you pick those 3 words? You're going to pick God, heaven, and earth. Who gets to decide what you pick? Oh, David Schmidt gets to decide. He's randomly picked earth, the heaven, and God.
Get the number 777.
People in the audience. What? I wonder if they have plants there. Can you imagine people being hired? This like thing goes out. Fucking Indeed.com. Need actors to attend LifeWave conference. We need you at certain points to go ooh and ah and clap. They're like planted in there. When he says 777, go ooh and ah. They're like, oh. Wow, you know? Oh man, this is so bad.
Interesting. Does it mean anything? Now let's say
well, you got that right. It doesn't mean anything.
God in the heaven.
None of this means anything.
That equals 888.
And the heaven plus God is 888.
Now let's take in the beginning God. And as you might expect, that is 999. So we start to see a pattern begin to form. As an inventor, I'm always looking.
I think you're finding patterns where you want to find them there, bud.
For patterns. I'm looking for patterns in nature because those patterns are not there.
Yeah, you're looking for patterns and they're not there. You're creating patterns. You can make patterns out of anything, which is what you're doing right now. People are hanging on his every word. This is very dangerous.
By accident. There has to be a meaning behind it. So
no, there doesn't have to be a meaning behind it. You're fabricating shit to make a pattern. You are creating patterns and then saying that you're finding them and discovering them, and now you're going to attribute like divine meaning to them. Well, Julie, can you just make a video explaining why multi-level marketing companies are pyramid schemes, and then it will just be a short video without you swearing, and then I can just send it to my friend or family member and they can just wake up? No, I fucking can't. Good luck. This is what you're up against. Nothing you say logically is going to get through to someone when they're sitting with rapt attention, just thinking that all this is fantastic. I hope that you're starting to understand the gravity of this. These are cults. There's a variety of ways to reach people in a cult.
if the Bible is indeed the inspired word of God, then what you would expect from a being that created everything is that God would have to be the ultimate scientist, physicist, inventor, creator, and that God would put a mathematical code into the Bible for people to discover so we could believe.
I think he's watched too many Star Trek episodes.
Maybe it's also an instruction manual. What about?
Oh, it's just natural to make that conclusion. God has put in a mathematical code for like smart people, only the ones that are, you know, really divinely inspired by him, to then figure it out. And it's also an instruction manual. I bet you it has the blueprint to X39 patches and the water machine. Is that right?
About that. So I looked at these numbers and I thought, let's go back.
I looked at these numbers and I thought, what else can I do? What other kind of manipulation fuckery can I do with these to then fit into some other kind of paradigm that I'm going to impress people with, which is going to make no sense at all. But people are going to clap when I do this presentation on stage at this conference. Like, you can't make this shit up.
And look at 3773 again. So 777 is 37 times.
Oh, we're going to go back to the 3773. Okay. Not the 1221. We're going to just go like with the 777 and then the 37 and the 73. And we're going to figure out something here.
7 times 3. That's kind of interesting. 888 is 37 times 8 times 3. And 999, 37 times 3 times 3 times 3. This is starting to not look like a coincidence. And these numerical codes are only the beginning.
Of course they are.
Because you see these numerical codes throughout the Bible.
Is it the Fibonacci sequence? Is that going to make a introduction, a cameo appearance?
But what does this have to do with lobster blood? Is there any connection there? So we go back to these wavelengths of light. What we had already seen was that 550 nanometers, 630 nanometers, and 700 to 710 nanometers. I'm
so bummed that I said Newton meters instead of nanometers, but I'm hoping there's somebody out there that was like, you know, Julie, good for you for even remembering Newton meters.
When we created this biophotonic reflector, we found it was capable of, at least in part, reversing part,
all right, the biophotonic reflector,
part of human aging. So we have in the book of Genesis the story of creation, the story of human beings, and then ultimately the fall of man. So you might expect, if there's a mathematical code in the Bible, in the story of creation, we might find that same mathematical code in nature. But you can see that these numbers are not the same as 777, 888, 999. So on the surface, well, there doesn't seem to be a pattern there. But wait.
But wait. We can do a lot of more mindfuckery and make it make sense. What will he do now? What will he add or subtract or multiply with or change into letters, which then are changed back into numbers to fit his rant?
3773. What if
there was an angry LifeWave participant that had left a comment on one of my videos? I just deleted it. It was like, I think it must have been autocorrect. It happens to me too, right? That's why, you know, when people say your and then they forget the apostrophe, sometimes it is autocorrect. It's kind of easy. It's fun to make fun of people who are like, your, you know, but somebody had said, this person is going on a ramp. And I think they meant to say rant. It's like I'm going on a ramp. Stairway to heaven, baby.
instead of that just
She's on a ramp again.
describing the number of words and the way those words are arranged in the book of Genesis, what if it's a ratio? What if what God is trying to tell us is...
What if it's a ratio? What if it's telling you nothing? What if there is no meaning, and you're just grappling. You're like making leap after leap after leap. This is not science. How long has this company been around, do you think?
You need to look at the ratio of these numbers. So that's what I did. Let's take a look at that. There's our biblical code. There's our lobster code. 777 divided by 888 is 0.875. 999 divided by 888 is 1.125. So we're going to take 631.
I'm going to figure out how much time did he spend doing this to just try to make it all make sense, as if it's going to like all come together at the end. So then people are going to get, I want it all pack. Lobster water. It's not lobster water. It's life wave, lobster wave water.
Nanometers at the center over here on our wavelengths multiplied by 0.875.
Should be lobster meters.
And we find,
since we're making shit up, let's just go all in.
About 550 nanometers. When we're working with light, if we're within 3 to 5 nanometers of a target, it's considered relevant. And when we're looking,
so it didn't actually equal, even with his number massaging of numbers, he couldn't get it to equal 550, but he's got an excuse for that too. Because if it's just 552, don't worry, I've got an explanation for that too. Because if we're in like 1 to 3, then that's considered okay. It's the exact same thing. You can't make this shit up.
looking at spectrophotometry data, that is about the tolerance that we work with. We take 631 multiplied by 1.125, and there is our 710 nanometers. So the implication to this
is the mathematical evidence that the biocode in lobsters matches the math code in the story of creation. I don't know whether to laugh or cry right now. How do you speak out about this stuff? What is the right way to expose this kind of shit? How do you do it with sensitivity and compassion and also point out that this is bullshit? How do you go up against participants who believe that you are the devil for saying this is fucking fraud? You are being scammed. I'm terrified what is happening, like, to you. How do you do it? What's the right way? You know? I can't believe this. Look at this. This is the mathematical evidence that the biocode in lobsters matches the math code in the story of creation. That's the mathematical evidence right there. And then he got his PhD from the same university that Modair or Make Wellness. Somebody had left a comment on that one video. If you're wondering what I'm referring to, this PhD, you probably know because this is a long video and you're probably already like, you enjoy my content and you put it on and you're like, I don't care. I like this. I like these long rambling videos. So you probably know already. But if you're new and you're like, I'm in. I'm like doing this video in stages, like, fuck it, I'm going for it. You might not know. So Make Wellness has a guy on there that has done this study to, you know, the scientific evidence. He published this paper. Well, he didn't publish the paper. It's this paper that participants in Make Wellness is using as proof that their peptides are professionally, that they're legit. And he has PhD with like brackets, a small c. So the implication, if you look at that, PhD, you're like, oh, this guy's a doctor, but he's not a fucking doctor. PhD stands for candidate. And here's the thing. You could be you have done whatever requirements, but you have yet to do the final thing, the final countdown. You could be that for decades. You may never get to be a PhD. So it is misleading, and it is purposefully misleading people thinking, look at me. Listen to what I say. I've got a PhD. It's not it's so stupid. So saying this, that's why I keep referring to this PhD because it's just also absurd.
is pretty extraordinary. It shows that there is a mathematical sequence of numbers that aren't there, that's arbitrary.
He was close. He was so close to that one little thread of water before the implosion in the strawberry and the vortex. He was going to get it, and then it just slipped away. It is arbitrary. Everything that you're doing is completely arbitrary.
And this ratio, same ratio, can be found in living systems. Or Spock would say,
no fucking way. No fucking way. You cannot make this shit up. I can't even believe this is happening. I did not see this. This is no way. No fucking way. Are you kidding me? Or is Spock, he's using Spock in the LifeWave presentation. People believe that this is curing cancer. I did not see this. I have gone now past the point of no return. Look at this. It literally is Genesis. Captain Spock, it literally is Genesis. David Schmidt, are you aware? I am clicking all over the place. Are you aware that that was a fictional show? That they can use, scientific concepts, but it was a work of fiction. Do you know that quoting Captain Spock, you're quoting a fictional character? He didn't actually exist.
It literally is Genesis. Okay. What movie was that from? Anybody know?
Oh my God. Does anybody know? Nobody knows what the hell you're talking about.
Star Trek what? Which Star Trek movie? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Star Trek 2. Come on. I know my friend Matt over here knows the answer. He's just not saying anything. Okay. So
Wow.
what does this all mean? Well, I think in simple terms, we can say that
I'd like to know what it all means too. Oh.
the Bible is a historical document. If you were to speak with a Hebrist, they would say it's definitely a historical account. It's written as a historical account of things that actually occurred. So it means as that reference, we can learn from it. But because
I'm so curious where this video is going to go and how many comments it's going to get, like, as time progresses. And whatever your field of study or expertise, please feel free to share it, in the comments. It does add up to the social proof needed for people exiting these commercial cults to know that, oh my God, what was I part of? Here's somebody else pointing out yet another flaw, another fallacy, another fabrication. It is really worth it. I'm having this like fantasy of people from all different like areas of like the spectrometry, the ant specialist, a Hebrew scholar, like, oh my, it's covering everything. Just being like, no, this is like, you could debunk everything that this man is saying. There'll probably be like little elements of truth here and there, like there is in everything, but he doesn't need AI. This guy will like beat AI every time.
we can convert the words over into numbers, we can look for patterns there and we can learn from them. And this is all just the beginning.
But is it only Hebrew or is it just English as well? What does this work for you? For your apparent science, David Schmidt?
They're not there by accident. So
I don't think they're there at all.
it is to me evidence that the Bible is the inspired word of God.
Oh yeah, so that's what people are cheering for, because, okay, the Bible is the inspired word of God. These people are of faith. Okay, and that's going to now what? Link them to back to the beginning where he set the tone. World peace and stopping people from killing themselves. And let's now just like gonna bamboozle you with all this utter nonsense and then say, the Bible is the inspired word of God. People understand that. Oh, that makes everything else that he said make sense, because this is tied to my faith and I really understand this and I'm feeling tired and super emotional and just, it's how this shit works.
But I want you to think about this, and let's go a step further. God creates all living things. Then these codes, they show up in nature. So as you would expect in our natural world, that there is going to be intent and intelligent design when it comes to all living systems. So as you saw in the video, we even have molecular motors, molecular machinery that is in our body. Things
From the guy that has 11 million followers on, does he know his work has been cited at your conference?
highly complex that 100, 200 years ago was never even expected to have existed, but it does exist. And we can use this information to create new technology that never existed before. And we're really just getting started with this. So God creates all things, and like an artist, God signs his fingerprint in nature, leaving it
Keep God out of your filthy pyramid scheme, David Schmidt.
there for us to find. So this is incredibly exciting to me, because it means that when the Bible was written thousands of years ago, they
I
didn't
bet you he's going to find a mathematical code in the Bible that says David Schmidt is going to start a multi-level marketing company and infuse light into people. That'll probably be next year's conference, LifeWave 2025.
Have modern technology like spectrophotometry, where they could analyze lobster blood and then say, okay, we're going to write the book of Genesis so it lines up with lobster blood, right? That didn't happen. God creates all living
No, really?
things, and this pattern is in our very DNA. It's the makeup of who we are. And it means as a race, we're all united. We're all human beings. We shouldn't be fighting and killing each other. We should be uniting with one another.
Funny how he just, see, I haven't watched past that one point. So this is new now, like yesterday when I tried to like get through this. It's funny that he just brought it back to the beginning of when he set the tone. Because cults follow a playbook. You've seen one cult, you've seen them all. They all do the same shit. I was in Mon 8 selling hair care, for crying out loud. And I'm seeing through this. There's going to be people like that were in religious cults that are going to be saying, yep, same thing. Same thing with my cult, you know?
Now, there's something else that goes.
World peace, people stopping killing each other, lobster blood. It's in the Bible. So then what do you think happens when, you know, people are pointing out this is a scam? You're the devil. You want people to kill each other. Just like the pendulum just like swings and it just stays there. Man, this is nuts.
With this, as you might expect, I looked other places in the Bible, and the next one
I bet everywhere you looked in the Bible, you found exactly what you were looking for.
I went to was the tree of life. So I'm going to be talking about this.
Oh, no. Olive tree people are getting mad now. They're like, you leave the tree of life out of this.
More. I'm actually running a little bit ahead, which is great. I have a little bit more time to talk about this today, which I wasn't expecting. So I'll tell you about the story of the tree of life, right? Well, you'll all know the story. That's not what I mean.
I don't know the story. What is the story of the tree of life?
So the tree of life, we know that when there's the fall of man,
according to David Schmidt.
Certainly not going to blame women, not here. We all know what happened.
You like making those women jokes, don't you? So funny, so edgy. We're not going to blame women here. Remember, everything this fucker does, it's done for a purpose. He's got intent behind it. They all do. There's reasons why they say things the way they do. It's easy, you know, on the outside to be like, oh, you're placing too much emphasis on every single thing he does. I'm not. I'm just like fucking sweeping the fog away so you can see, no, this guy knows exactly what he's doing, why he's saying this. This is all manipulation.
But there's the fall of man. And what God says is, okay, we have to separate now human beings from the tree of life. And so you could say that in the beginning, that human beings were designed to be immortal, that we were never designed to age. And so there was a mechanism that existed on this planet to prevent us from aging. Just like lobsters never age, planaria, hydroctinia, tardigrade, these living systems. And by the way, did you notice that these living systems live in water? And they're found in seawater. So there has to be a connection there. So if a mechanism,
hence the water machine,
was put onto our planet to prevent human beings from aging, and it was this thing called the tree of life, we obviously don't have this here today where we can look at it and examine it scientifically, but what we do have is the mathematical code in the story of the tree of life.
No, I think you have the mathematical code. I think you have what you think is the mathematical code.
So I looked at that code and I distilled that code down into a number. And that number,
please let the number be 69.
when I looked into the
one day it's going to happen. There's going to be something where it happens and they're going to be saying it unironically and I'm going to have a fucking party. It's going to be awesome.
scientific
I'm easily amused.
literature, was a wavelength of light that stimulated the production of telomerase. And when
Telomerase, not telomeres.
I looked at the compound that was responsible for that, I found it in lobsters. It all comes together. So the technology that you're going to see today incorporates all of this information. What we did was we started from very primitive prototype in our lab that was gigantic, it was expensive, it was functional, and we were able to do our initial studies. And then over a period of years, we began to refine this process and finally put it into something that someone could use in their home. But what we want to really know is, this is all intellectually interesting. What we really want to know now, though, is what effect does drinking this water have on the human body?
I bet it heals everything.
What we want to find out is that when we drink this water, is it
Move over, Make Wellness, and your peptides. Watch out for LifeWave.
indeed making any change?
Let's go surfing now, everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me. Come on a safari with me. Early in the morning we'll be starting now.
Change within us. And that's what we're going to take a look at. So let's go to the video.
Another video. Press play, David. How old is our Earth? Conventional wisdom versus ignored scientific facts, with Andrew Snelling, PhD geologist. So now we got to go back to how old is our Earth? You following along? You think your average ordinary person that is buying LifeWave patches understands any of this?
Most people think that radiocarbon has been used to date rocks. Whenever they think radioactive
I wonder if this guy knows his work now is being used in this LifeWave presentation. Maybe it is, but I highly doubt it. I don't think so. That's just my sneaking suspicion.
I didn't think of radiocarbon because that's what they're used to hearing. But radiocarbon isn't used to date rocks because most rocks don't have carbon in them. And what we need is organic carbon because it's intrinsic to the methodology or how you understand how radiocarbon works.
How does a tree then get carbon-14 in it?
Well, it's simple because the radiocarbon is produced in the upper atmosphere. Cosmic rays bombarding the Earth's atmosphere turns nitrogen atoms into carbon-14 atoms, which circulates into the carbon dioxide that we breathe. And so it's also taken in by the plants during photosynthesis. So it's in the wood, it's in the leaves, it's in the vegetables we eat. Animals take it into their bodies. So it's in the animals
Oh, I wish they showed a capybara.
that we eat. So it gets into our bodies. So not only are all these plants around us radioactive with radiocarbon, but we are ourselves.
So you have it, I have it.
Correct. And as long as we live, we're taking more radiocarbon into our bodies. But when we die, we stop taking radiocarbon into our bodies. And so a dinosaur dies, it stops taking in radiocarbon.
And the Lord said, wait, and the Lord said, let there be light. And you can see me. If you add that up, it's 6, 9, and 9, 6. They mirror each other. If you multiply that and then divide it by the derivative of pi exponentially ramped up to 42, that equals this translation of capybaras are amazing, and so are high altitude potatoes.
And then over the thousands of years, it's getting less and less radiocarbon. As I said before, after 90,000 years, there should be no radiocarbon left in dinosaur bones. If every atom of the Earth was radiocarbon, it all would have decayed away in less than 1 million years. So if you already believe the fossils, dinosaur fossils, the coal beds, all those things are millions of years old, you wouldn't expect to find any radiocarbon in them. And yet you do. And this is one of the things that we found when we studied petrified wood like this at different levels in the geologic record. I was doing research on this. I was collecting samples in England, in Australia, and I sent them to the radiocarbon laboratories, and sure enough, they had radiocarbon in them. So this is another aspect of this whole time question, because if these things are believed to be millions of years old, like this petrified wood, and yet it has radiocarbon in it that says it's only thousands of years old, then it means that it calls into question the conventional time frame. And so we wanted to test this because we'd seen in the literature, this is in the conventional literature, in the 1980s they developed a new methodology for measuring radiocarbon. They could count atoms of radiocarbon. That's how good it was. But they wanted to be sure that they weren't getting...
What does this have to do with LifeWave releasing a water machine to its distributors, its participants to buy? Just more filler, more information, going to just inundate these poor participants with as much information as possible.
Any contamination in their laboratories. And so they took samples like petrified wood, they took samples of dinosaur bones and coal and oil and natural gas and limestone even, and they put them in their equipment, and every sample they tested had radiocarbon in it. And this was reported in the literature, and they ignored it. So in our research, we decided, well, we'll test that for ourselves. We wanted to be sure that this wasn't an artifact of the conventional...
I bet you I mean, I don't know who these individuals are, but I suspect that their testing was a little bit different than David Schmidt's testing, where he just randomly went to the Bible and took the Hebrew of the words of the Bible, and then gave those letters numbers, and then added them up and divided them and ratioed them. I bet you scientific studies, their method was a little bit different than David Schmidt's. That's what I suspect. What do you think?
Experimental effort. So we selected samples from 10 different coal beds around the United States. Some coal beds that were conventionally as young as 40 million years. Some coal beds that were conventionally over 300
Yeah, but was your daughter in the lab helping you out with this? I don't think so.
million years old. And when we tested them for radiocarbon, they had radiocarbon in them.
He means that the conventional aging test puts various rock formations at a much different age than the carbon-14 aging test. Okay.
And they all yielded the same radiocarbon age, which meant that these plants must have all lived at the same time and died at the same time. And that fits the flood paradigm, because these would have been pre-flood trees that were all buried together at the same time. But we went further. We thought, okay, let's test out some material that's come from inside the Earth that's got carbon in it. So we selected diamonds, because diamonds come from deep inside the Earth. Remember the volcano that we were at,
Yes.
the SP crater? Well, from inside the Earth, we have these volcanic eruptions that bring diamonds up. They're made down deep inside the Earth, which means the diamonds have never been in contact with the atmosphere until they're brought to the surface.
Thank God this video was sped up, you know.
Because carbon-14 is produced in the atmosphere, we wouldn't expect them to have any radiocarbon in them. Because also, they're the hardest substance known, so they can't be contaminated. So even when they arrive at the Earth's surface, you're not going to exchange carbon-14 in the atmosphere with carbon in the diamond. So whatever the diamond brought up from the depth has been bottled up and locked in. So we tested the diamonds. We got several diamonds from Africa, and every one of those diamonds yielded radiocarbon at much the same age. It was detectable radiocarbon. Now, we presented this research at a conference, the American Geophysical Union, one of the largest bodies of geologists that get together. We had a poster presentation, and unbeknownst to us, one of the scientists that saw our presentation of the diamond evidence was from a radiocarbon laboratory. So he went back to his own university radiocarbon laboratory, got his own diamonds, and reported similar results to what we had found. Here's the sticking point. The diamond.
Interesting that there's already, like, there's other scientists that are getting the same results with their own studies. But do you notice with David Schmidt, nobody else has this? There is no peer-reviewed things going on here. It's just him making leaps, finding mathematical codes where none exist, and then going to the Bible and then using that as proof to his followers, where they can all clap and be like, anybody that says anything against our leader is horrible. Little bit different of the scientific method here in these two examples. That's what I'm seeing anyway.
Are supposed to be between 1 and 3 billion years old. That's the conventional age. For them to be only thousands of years old flies in the face of the conventional wisdom. So again, this is an illustration. You know, we did our own sampling, got our own laboratory results, and verified what was already in the open scientific literature for several decades, whether it's petrified wood, coal, dinosaur bones, the shells of shellfish, they all...
Oh, there's the tie-in. That's where David Schmidt got quiver tail. He's like, that's lobsters. Please say lobsters.
all contain radiocarbon, all through the fossil record. And so that tells us that these layers aren't millions of years old. When we're talking about radiocarbon, these radiocarbon results, we're talking about an Earth...
I should make a video and just do a spoof like high altitude potatoes, but just do something about lobsters and just go into a different environment. Maybe have like a green screen of an office and like dress up like a laboratory and just make some random shit up, and then just see if David Schmidt picks it up as like proof that this is also like this person has like quoted this scientific study. It's like, this is again proof of my method. This is proof of my machine. That would be so awesome.
It's only thousands of years old. We're talking about trees being buried in coal beds all in the 1 year during the flood. That's why they gave the same age. Then that's radically different from the conventional paradigm. They've excluded God from the picture. And that's why they can deliberately choose to ignore the evidence. It's not that the evidence isn't there, it's that they've chosen to ignore it.
One of the reasons why we wanted you to see that clip was because in science, sometimes people, they hold on to a belief even when new evidence is presented. It's called having dogma or being dogmatic, right?
What about being indoctrinated into a cult? Because sometimes in life, people can be in a pyramid scheme, in a fraud, and be in denial that they're in it. They don't see it. They don't see the outside of the cage that they're trapped in until they exit the cage. And they look back and they're like, holy fuck, I was in a cage.
I lived in California for 14 years, and there used to be a saying in California is, don't let my karma run over your dogma. So it's not good to hold on to a belief so strongly in science where you're not open to seeing new information. There's always new things.
What you're doing is not science.
That are being learned, and we should be open to exploring these things, even if it flies in the face of what's long been established as scientific.
So this is like, you know, setting himself up as like, I'm this pioneer. I am going against the grain. I'm doing what all these other scientists are trying to hide the information from you. And I've discovered this mathematical code that is also in the Bible, and we can put light in our bodies in the water, and we will stop everybody killing each other, because everybody is killing each other. That's the problem. Everybody is just killing each other all the time, everywhere. Who's killing each other, David? What the fuck are you talking about? He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
That's the way we're going to explore and learn new things and expand. So let's take a look at this now. Previously, people might have thought, well, okay, light therapy is all about stimulating the body with light with some type of device. In our cases, it's with patches. But this idea that you could actually release light inside of the body and embed water, which goes everywhere.
You release light into the body and embed water. The water is embedded in your body and light is released, okay?
With light. This is an entirely new concept. And undoubtedly, there's going to be some skeptics. They'll say, no, that can't be possible, but we've actually proven that this is what's going on here.
Have other people been able to prove it? Have other scientists been able to prove it and replicate it? Is it only you? Is it only, trust me, bro? I won't show you my studies. And the reason why it doesn't work for you, well, is because you have a victim mindset. The only place this technology works is at LifeWave. And everybody just believes it.
So we have a total of 7 human clinical studies now.
Is it from 7 people that participated in the study? Or is it 7 different studies? I could see it just being 7 people. the way they stretch reality.
And we've completed 4. The 5th one will be completed, I hope, this month. And then we have another 2 that are in process. So
you've only done 4. So 4 people have been in this? Or how many humans were involved in each one? Maybe there's been more. I don't know. I'm just saying.
We took the initial study that we did and learned an enormous amount of information from it. And then from there, we began to modify the study to see what else that we could learn. So in the first study that we did with this light water, you guys like the name light water better than lobster?
It examined the blood. These studies have examined the blood and urine of test subjects, both before and after drinking this light water.
Water? Okay, all right. So the first study, what we wanted to do was cast a huge net. And we essentially wanted to find out, well, what's going on in the blood, in the urine, what's going on in the bioelectrical system in the body. Normally when you do studies, you cast this big net the first time, and then there's little pieces of gems that come out. You don't expect that everything is going to work correctly. You're going to expect to learn 1 or 2 pieces of information and then refine the study and kind of go from there. In this case, that's not what happened. We did a blood study in this first study with dark field and bright field microscopy. That showed changes immediately.
You think those 2 words that anybody in the audience knows what he just referred to? Just among many.
After consuming this water. We did a urine test, and the urine test was to look at changes in the metabolism. I'm going to show you some of that data today. And the metabolism data was simply to look at what rate are amino acids being metabolized and used in the body. If we want to have a technology that's going to upregulate mitochondrial function, alter gene expression, it's going to increase the rate at which we heal, we would expect to find that in metabolic data, in urine testing. So we did that, and we did find that. We had people connected to a physio suite. We looked at their heart rate, the heart rate variability. We looked at EEG. We saw changes there. We had people sitting in front of an infrared camera. And we had people drink this water. Now, what we were looking for was to see if people were in pain, and you can see the inflammation on the infrared, if drinking the water would get rid of their pain. What we didn't expect to find is that when people drank the water, we would see light coming out of their throat.
Oh my God. And then their third eye opened, and then they transcended existence. So they drink water and light came from their throat. I'm sure they're going to have scientific studies to show this, to prove this, and that other scientists can easily demonstrate that this is valid, right? I'm sure. This guy's saying this with a straight face and people are just believing it.
And this showed up in some people on the infrared. Now, when we have a new product, of course, we want to see how long is it going to take for people to respond to the product. So most of you are probably pretty happy that people respond to X39 in the first 24 hours, right?
People respond to the X39, the patch that they put on their body. They respond within the first 24 hours. What does that mean? You see, his language is carefully crafted. It's ambiguous. So then the participants can make the connection on their own. But they're set up to fail. So people want this to work. People could be in so much pain and they've tried everything and maybe they can't afford to see a specialist or they can't get in to see a doctor or whatever. And they instead spend their money on these ridiculous patches, and there's this pressure. People see it in the first 24 hours. And if you don't, there's something wrong with you. You didn't place the patch on the right area of your body. That's what participants have said. I've made a video about this. They'll say you need to buy other patches, X39 and X49, and continue to move them around your body until you find the exact right placement that will provide you relief. All this happens. Most people, apparently, to David Schmidt, oh yes, they can see, they respond within 24 hours. But guess what's going to accelerate that response, which people are going to interpret as relief of pain or healing? I bet you buying the fucking water machine. You can't make this shit up.
Yes, sir. Thought you'd be happy about that. Okay. In this study, and
I match his background. This was unintentional.
bear in mind, X39 is our flagship product. So the idea here
There's no mistakes. It was found in the mathematical code from a book written 5,000 years ago.
is that we can have a technology not only to stimulate the skin with light, but now to take light in the body, and the two are working in harmony.
I don't like the way he says the word stimulate.
So could we see that people's results with X39 would even be faster than 24 hours? Well, we had one person in the study. We had in these 4 studies about 80 people. We had 80 people. One person out of the 80, after drinking the water, responded within only 2 minutes. Yeah, it's one person. I know.
What was the response? Define respond. Is there a noticeable difference of something in their blood or urine? What is the noticeable response for people within 24 hours of wearing a patch of X39 on their body within 24 hours? How is that measured? Is it just like any pain they've ever had is just relieved? They feel more optimistic? Maybe they've just been hoodwinked into a scam. That hopefulness, wanting to see an improvement, is going to be attributed as a response. Somebody responded, one person in 80 responded in 2 minutes.
79 out of the 80, we saw changes in the heart rate variability and the EEG in 15 seconds.
Sounds like a miracle machine to me. Wow. This is going to truly revolutionize the industry.
So we were very excited about that. So let's take a look at this now. And we want to see what happened in the urine data. So we got statistical significance, and actually Dr. Caitlin Connor, just sent an email 2 days ago saying on the new study that they just did, they got statistical significance on that. So it reaffirms the data that I'm about to show you here. And we actually learned.
We got David, it's like, hello? Oh my God, where's my phone? Oh my God, ding, ding, ding. Hello? David, I need to tell you something. We have statistical significance. This is reaffirming what we already had reaffirmed with the lobster code and in the Bible. I knew you'd want to know right away, because I know you're going to be presenting at conference tomorrow, and I want you to make sure to tell all of our LifeWave family how revolutionary these findings really are. It went something like that.
Some new things. So the first amino acid, and I want you to look at this from the perspective of looking at a pattern that's forming, because that's exactly what happened here. Each one of these amino acids that gets upregulated in the body is a sign that that amino acid is being used, but what is it telling us about exactly what's going on? So the first one is sarcosine, and sarcosine, it shares properties with glycine. And what's interesting is that it's used to improve cognition. So when you drink this water, one of the effects that people report is a rush of energy up into their heads.
15 seconds. Within 15 seconds, they report a rush of energy. 79 people out of the 80 people. The 80th person took 2 minutes. Is that what's going on here? You drink a glass of water and you feel a rush of energy? Wow. Within 15 seconds. I thought Red Bull gave you wings. I haven't seen LifeWave water yet.
That's sarcosine being metabolized and turning on the brain. And if you think about this another way, bioelectrically, if we're releasing light into the body, the big users of electricity in the body are the heart and the brain. The heart and the brain have massive electrical fields. So you could look at it another way. What happens is you drink the water, the light increases the electrical field and electromagnetic field around the heart and the brain, and this
You're drinking water and light is released. That's what this man is saying.
triggers changes in the metabolism, and we see sarcosine being utilized as a symptom of expansion of consciousness and improved brain. So expect to have improved memory, focus, processing.
And an expansion of consciousness, not just on the side. Well, is it going to get rid of the cellulite dimple on my left butt cheek? I've had that ever since I could remember. Maybe like smooth that out a little bit. Although I kind of like my flaws. Maybe I could put a Life Wave X39 patch on my ass and see if it shrunk that little dimple.
In the frontal lobes from drinking this water. Okay, serine is another amino acid that we saw, and interestingly enough, serine is related to cognition. So here we have another pathway. So apparently when you drink this water, it makes your brain work better. What else could be going on here?
Until they eventually wake up and realize they're being scammed. It makes your brain work better. Apparently, see how he says it though? Apparently people who drank this water, their brain works better. People will take this information and they will run with it. And they will say, it makes your brain work better.
Now I've got some good news for you, some great news when it comes to you X39 fans, because glycine, which is used in the manufacture of copper peptide and glutathione, gets upregulated when you drink this water. That means people will get better benefits when using X39.
Well, how handy dandy is that? The very thing that you invent, linking in this whole lengthy presentation, putting in God and the Bible to be like our flagship product, which we're known for. And it's going to work even better if you buy this water machine on top of it. And the timing of this is just so excellent because we have so many multi-level marketing companies that have either terminated their participants or they've just switched to an affiliate model or have announced they're going to be an affiliate model. And a lot of these participants are ending up in LifeWave. And they need some more products to be purchased here. What better way than to invent something that miraculously makes their flagship product, which was already supposed to be a miracle, work even better? Unfucking believable. Such a scam.
Now, not only that, but your lifespan is directly correlated to your body's levels of glutathione. We know that copper peptide declines with age. So the higher your copper peptide levels, the longer that you live. If we had a technology.
Oh, it's as simple as that, eh? So maybe you could just buy copper peptides. Maybe the next multi-level marketing company will be copper peptides, live forever. Why not?
That could prevent us from aging. What you would
maybe there already is one, for all I know.
Expect to find is that it would help support your body's levels of glutathione and copper peptide, and that's exactly what we found. Now, the next one was Valium. How many athletes?
Look at them. Hey, how many athletes? Those people that were in the audience, they were elderly. It looked like they were elderly people. This is his target market.
Athletic enthusiasts do we have here?
Athletic enthusiasts.
I would hope that we would see all of your hands go up, but okay.
What a fucking dick. Who would say that? I would hope everybody with hands would go. Everybody's a fucking athlete. Not everybody's an athlete, David. You're certainly not. You're so full of fucking shit. You're an asshole. Can you imagine? You have probably people there with like really debilitating chronic diseases. And he's like, I'd hope everybody's an athlete here. Like such an insensitive fucking lobster of a fucking man.
For those of you that aren't exercising, please exercise. Okay.
How much do you exercise, David? What's your exercise regimen? Do you consider yourself an athlete? Let's talk about your athleticism. Shaming people in the audience.
Okay. We're going to do some studies, by the way.
Maybe he'll make another woman joke in there too.
We're doing some studies with this water, and we're going to try to get exercise down to 10 minutes a week. We're going to try to do that. So stay tuned for that. Okay.
What? So I don't understand. I don't understand anything about this thing. But if you're exercising now, don't worry. We're going to get it down to 10 minutes a week so you can do as little as possible and just drink our water and put patches on your body instead. Instead of getting light from the sun, you can just stay inside and do the bare minimum. I'll call you an athlete if you drink my water. What the fuck is going on here?
I'm serious. It's possible. Okay.
No, it's not, David.
So one of the signs of aging is sarcopenia, a loss of muscle. We also see, of course, a loss of bone density. The two of them are connected. And the branched chain amino acids, leucine, isoleucine, and valine. If we had a technology that could stop,
like the TV commercials that I saw when I was growing up, it's like, blast your, get abs in only, 2 minutes a day. Or Thigh Master. Remember Thigh Master? You just sat there with that blue springy thing. My mom still has it. I got to bring that out for a live stream. This is like, all you got to do is just 10 minutes of exercise a week. And it's possible you can get in the best shape of your life, and they'll hire like different models, and they'll be like, they're like working out. They're like so ripped. They're like, yeah, oh, fuck yeah. And they're drinking their water, and they have the patch on their arm, and they just do a photo shoot, and they'll have like some reels put out on Instagram, and everybody will be like, oh, this image means that it is reality. And all I have to do is continue to buy X39 and X49 patches, and then this water machine, and I'm going to be as fit as this person who's only working out 10 minutes a week. It's not real. It's a scam.
prevent reverse aging, one of the things we would expect to find is an increase in muscle protein synthesis. That's exactly what we found. Valine metabolism gets upregulated. And also very interesting, I don't want to make a claim about this. I'm being eyed right now.
Oh, you're being eyed right now for sure. I don't want to make a claim about this, but you are making a claim then. If you didn't want to make a claim, you wouldn't have this slide up there. This is what they do. Another example of how they're planting the seed in their participants' minds that he can then say, I never said this. This is what I actually said at my conference. It's not my responsibility that all these participants took what I said and completely misinterpreted it, because I said, I'm not making a claim or anything, then you shouldn't have this slide up here. But we are going to eyeball. You do have eyeballs, and so do I got fucking eyeballs. Valine is one of 3 branched chain amino acids. The others are leucine and isoleucine that enhance energy, increase endurance, and aid in muscle tissue recovery and repair. This group also lowers elevated blood sugar levels and increases growth hormone production. So let's see what David has to not say about this.
Valine is associated with lower blood sugar levels, and it's also indicative of an increase in growth hormone. So I'll let you draw your own conclusions as far as what that means to people that are going to be using the water.
There we go. Right fucking there. There is no way that this is allowed. You can't say this shit. I'll let you draw your own conclusions. Well, what does that mean? That's the implication that my product is going to lower blood sugar. So I will let you draw your own conclusions. How fucking unprofessional is this? How unscientific is this? This is a fraudster. This man is a scammer. It's revolting what he's doing to people. I'll let you draw your own conclusions. No, you've spent an inordinate amount of time breaking down the mathematical code and every fucking thing that you could think of, a toothpick, the eye of Newt, you know? But no, this, I'll let you draw your own conclusions. You see how this is all manipulation? And then the participants are the ones that are in the firing range of people saying, you can't say this. I'm going to report you to your company. What do you think LifeWave is going to do? LifeWave, this company, is the one that is setting this up for this participants to make these claims, to then get more sales, to recruit more people into it, and to be the human shield of people saying you can't say these claims. They're not going to do anything to it. If there's enough heat, maybe they'll fire somebody. This is how these things run, you know? Fuck, this is such a find. Again, thank you so much to the person who sent this to me. I really appreciate you recording this. This is a long video. I mean, it's a long video on its own, but this sucker is going to be long. So if you wanted a long video from me in a long time, your prayers have been answered. The mathematical code of your prayers have been answered.
I have my attorney looking at me right now saying, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have not said it. Maybe this will be one more piece that brings this fucking company down. Maybe you'll announce in December that this is going to affiliate-only model.
That's our 20th anniversary, I can say it, right? All right.
Please keep saying more.
Okay, histidine, another amino acid. And what's interesting about this is histidine is part of carnosine and Of course, carnosine is composed of alanine and histidine, and we know that that
There's going to be people here in this audience that don't know what he's talking about. They'll be like, I'll let you draw your own conclusions. So what are they going to do? They're going to talk to their upline. There's going to be trainings immediately after this conference too, by the way. This indoctrination continues. There'll be these Facebook groups, and get on our Zoom call. We're going to talk about all the amazing things that we learned at our conference. And if you're serious about growing your business this year or launching into 2025, going in with a bang, you're going to want to attend this call, and everybody will attend it. And they're going to say, well, what does he mean by drawing your own conclusions? And they're going to say, well, it means they're going to fill in the blanks for you. And then they're going to repeat it.
Is associated with longevity. So we increase our body's levels of carnosine. It's been shown to increase lifespan by 30 to 40%. So again, here we have another indicator. By releasing the correct wavelengths of light inside the body, we can turn on mechanisms associated with longevity. Not surprisingly, along with histidine, we find alanine metabolism getting upregulated as well. And of course, we know alanine is not only associated with...
Of course, we know alanine. Of course.
Carnosine, but also AHKCU, or what we want to upregulate with X49. You drink the water, it makes X49 work better.
Wow, their other patch they have, it also works better. Citation? Trust me, bro.
In addition to X39. Leucine. Okay, so...
I bet you all their products work better with their magic water machine. It's just a hunch.
Leucine is another branch chain amino acid, and this was the big one because leucine turns on mTOR, and mTOR, of course, is associated with muscle protein synthesis. We're doing a study where we're going to take athletes and give them, hopefully, the same exercise program, same amount of protein.
Hopefully the same exercise program. All right, athletes. What kind of athletes? Is one going to be a bodybuilder and one's going to be a pole vaulter? Are they all going to be cyclists? Hopefully we're going to give them all the same routine. How do you categorize an athlete? Has it been somebody that has been doing endurance sports for 20 plus years? Or is it somebody who is very new and learning to run their first 5K? Are you going to look at people who already work out, 3-5 times a week? Or somebody who works out 1 day a week? Are you going to look at people who are maybe disabled? They have disabilities, excuse me. Maybe they're in a wheelchair. Who are you going to study? Are they going to be doing the same workout? That would be important. You have a discus thrower, and then you have a marathon runner. Completely different fucking programs are going to be working out on. What are they going to do? Be riding a fucking bicycle for 20 minutes, 3 times a week, and then they're going to go get like their VO2 max tested at your lab with your flux capacitor? I bet you the results are going to be amazing. Within 15 seconds of drinking their water, their light will show up from their throats. And they'll feel a rush of energy. Wow. Can't wait for these fucking studies to come out.
But what we're going to do is give them this water, and we're going to compare the difference in the amount of strength, stamina, and muscle that they can gain. But what we're going to expect that we're going to find, based on the results of this study, is that as you continue to feed the body more protein, and you have the stimulus there, that the body will gain muscle mass very rapidly. I did my own anecdotal experiment with this, and I'm convinced that...
I did my own anecdotal experiments with this, and I'm convinced. Sounds like Dr. Jen from Make Wellness. Just listen to what they have to say.
It works. So this could end up being...
I'm convinced it works. I've done my own anecdote and I'm just convinced it works. Well, what if you're mistaken, David? Did you say this whole fucking speech about scientists being closed-minded to new ideas and you need to have your mind changed? What if you're wrong? You've done your own anecdotal experiments? What if your anecdotal experiments are off? Oh, you're above question. All of your experiments are so good that even anecdotally, you can just bypass any scientific rigor because your anecdotal evidence, N equals 1, is sufficient.
Water with light could end up being the most powerful anabolic ever created. There's a little bit of a market for that. Methylhistidine, this again is a sign that tissue is being broken down and new muscle tissue is being formed. So we have every indicator here that this product is going to be phenomenal for athletes or simply anyone that wants to push off aging. But you do have to eat right. You do have to get your essential nutrients. And
you have to do all these other things. And then And then we're going to slide in our water machine, and we're going to take the credit for all the things that you're actually doing that are making the difference to get those results that you want. And we're going to say that it's all attributed to our water machine.
You do have to exercise. Proline. So if we want to stop and reverse aging, we have to reverse what happens.
I feel like he's the type of guy that like thinks when he works out, he's going to like do some kind of 20 minutes on a stationary bike. He's going to lift some weights, and then he's going to go eat a salad. And he thinks that he's being healthy because he can't eat carbs. Carbs are the devil. I feel like this is that type of guy, you know, super limited understanding of everything. It's like default back to like 1980s. I wonder if he uses a thigh master.
At age 25 with us. At 25, the body begins to shut down production of collagen. So of course, by the time we get over the age of 70, it's very difficult to heal. This water regulates collagen production. So we can expect to
Of course it does.
see reduction in lines and wrinkles. We can expect to see faster healing. Again, when all the nutrients are there.
Harken back to the two slides of the women. One that had day 1, day 22, whatever, day 355. And then that other slide that had just 3 pictures of a woman. No idea if it's the same woman. No idea over the time frame, just like 3 pictures.
And then this was a huge one.
You have to see it to believe it.
Which, again, this is one of these things when you do these studies, you cast a wide net, you see what you find. So it makes the studies expensive, but when everything turns out the right way, you're really excited about it. So this
When everything turns out the way that you wanted, it's all worth it in the end.
is the KP pathway, and this was the big one because it's indicative of an increase in NAD production in the cell. And
People, they don't know what the fuck. Yes. Yes. NAD. Yes, that's something I remember. Yes.
for those of you that aren't familiar with this, David Sinclair at Harvard was given about $1 billion in funding to try to find...
David Sinclair, do you endorse LifeWave? I don't know who you are, but Lobster Wave is bringing your name into this. You were given $1 billion. David Sinclair. There's a lot of people that have been named in this video. I don't know if you know it, but that your reputation is being used to endorse this pyramid scheme. Just giving you a heads up.
drug to turn on NAD, because NAD has been found when you upregulate it.
Maybe he was given that much money because he actually does scientific studies instead of this nonsense. Maybe he was given that much money. I don't know. I don't know anything about this guy. This is just me like making these conclusions. But maybe he was actually doing proper studies and not opening up a multi-level marketing company. And do you want $1 billion? Why is that detail important? It's like to impress all the participants that are staring up on stage. Yes, $1 billion. This is going to totally change the world.
Can reverse at least part of aging. So again, we have another indicator here.
There's something that he can't say. You're reversing a part of aging. He's made a mistake there. This is good. This is a good find.
That you drink this water and it is stopping and reversing parts of human aging. And there's a lot more for us to explore here.
Another flub up by him. He's getting too comfortable.
And that's just the beginning.
Oh my God. How many times has he said this is just the beginning? What do you think else is going to happen? What could possibly else they find? Is there another passage in the Bible? Like, where is this going?
Thank you.
Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. You guys want to see the machine? Let's see the video of the machine first, shall we?
Patented technology. Treatment stage charges the water with hydrogen. Water is filtered through 2 separate stages, removing contaminants such as heavy metals, microplastics, and PFOAs. Convenient 2,000 ml water reservoir. Infuse your life with light. Be the light. Life wave. Yes. You have waited. You have wanted. You have thirsted for this machine. The time is now. Be the light. Life wave. Yes. Nubile young woman dressed in white, drinking water, virginal, pure. This is Life Wave. I hope you can hear me. Maybe you might not because the way I have my sound. You might just see my mouth moving. Life Wave. Oh my God, are they going to have the fire show now? Yes.
Okay. What we're going to talk about.
Well, that was a bit of a dud, you know? They have a woman come out, drink water, and then like walk away. They should have had like light coming out of her throat. I don't know. There should have been something more there. Just it was anticlimactic. I would have liked to have seen a lobster.
This new technology now, and for that, I would like you to give a warm round of applause for our Global VP of Marketing, Mr. Wayne Moorhead.
I wonder who the fuck this guy is now. What other MLM has he been in?
It's incredible. Well, David, the excitement and anticipation around this launch has been coming for a while, and it's truly incredible. And what's even more incredible are the results that you've seen in the studies, and that we've started to hear from people as they've also started to try the water as well. And with this new technology that's really never been seen before, a lot of us, I know I do, have a lot of questions and wanted to dig in a little bit deeper. We're very eager to learn more.
It's never been seen before. The results are amazing from the few people who have tried it. Sounds familiar?
So I get to represent everybody here in the audience and asking you a few additional questions, just to dig in a little bit deeper. I know we all want as much information on this product as we can. So I'd love to start off with water itself. So why is that such an ideal delivery?
Look at that guy. Oh, he's walking to the camera. It's like he was so excited. He's like jumping. It gave me energy. It's true. Within 15 seconds, I'm stimulated.
System for this light technology and for these health benefits.
Yeah, so when we make observations of what occurs in the human body over time with aging, we can see fundamentally the amount of water in the body begins to decrease. But we understand that, but do we really understand the impact of what's going on there? We can look at it from a biochemistry perspective in the sense that this will lead to a decline.
I think there's a nutritional biochemist that's in Make Wellness. Maybe they could have a coffee together. Maybe they could have a glass of water together and share notes about peptides.
Decline in energy, and so by the age of 50, people start to feel the impact. They'll gain more body weight, lose muscle mass, lose bone density. They're tired.
By the age of 50, they gain more weight. Is that right? Oh, I'm fucking 49. You're mistaken there, bud. Look at this. So stupid.
Tired and fatigued. All of this stems from initially a reduction in water. The reason for this that I think is overlooked.
It's a reduction in water? Well, then you can drink water. There's a thought. By the age of 50, it's like, oh, this is it. This is like tapping in to the fucking one of the heartbeats of Gen X right here. Like, please target us. So like the rage-filled part, Gen X is a wide net. We have a lot of differences, we have a lot of similarities, but we all like really don't give a fuck. We're pretty much just like, we give a fuck, we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck in the way that we don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? So there's people that are like older than I am, like a little bit younger than I am, but I'm the part of like the Gen X that was Pearl Jam, Stone Temple Pilots, get wasted, and crawl home on your hands and knees because you think getting bruises on your knees looks cool. That's the fucking Gen X typology I am in. I'm from. And so when he is like 50, it's like, that's me. You're targeting me. You're targeting my generation now.
Is the mechanism is that as the cells begin to shrink, the electrical charge around the cell begins to decline. So we think of, let's say, going from a basketball going down to a baseball. Not quite like that, but you can visualize it. So around the outside and the inside of the cell, you have electrolytes that maintain an electrical charge. And when the cells divide, and this is the part that's overlooked, when the cells divide,
You know what? Just drink some more water.
that electrical charge
Get to bed early if you can.
is shunted to the DNA and is used to drive, it creates an electromagnetic pulse, and it's used to drive DNA replication. So through the aging,
What I'm going to say, nobody's going to understand, but everybody is just going to think that I know more than them, so they're going to buy my products. That's what the translation of this is.
process, when the
Fucking guy telling a woman that's going to be turning 50 that she's going to be losing muscle and gaining body fat, fuck you, David. You're wrong.
charge around the cell membrane declines, there's less energy to transfer over to the DNA, and gene expression is going to change. So if we are able to have a water to keep the body better hydrated, if that's one of the mechanisms, which this water will do, then we have a novel method for attacking the problem of aging. So that, among many things, is fundamental to human aging. So we have to start there. If we're going to stop human aging, we have to improve upon our hydration and keeping the levels of water in the body as high for as long.
You know, all this talk about water, it's time for me to get a drink of water. All right, 3 hours. This reminds me of when I was doing the 14-day challenge videos. Maybe I'll make a certificate for this video too. The LifeWave Lobster certificate.
Long a period of time as possible.
Thank you. That's fascinating. So I'm curious, how is this primarily different from other water filtration systems, other alkaline filters?
How is it different from Kangen and Enagic? That's what we really want to know.
What are some of the primary differences?
Yeah, so this is like nothing else that exists in the market. And what I was so excited about is that we got a patent very, very quickly about this. I know that you're new to LifeWave, but it took me
Oh, you get a lot of patents.
11 years to get the first LifeWave patent.
Wow.
And then the coil technology that I showed, that was 18 months. This technology was less than 1 year to get a patent.
No, this doesn't mean anything. A patent doesn't mean that it actually fucking works. And the thing is you're running fraud. You're running a multi-level marketing fraud. So all of this work just to get people to continue to buy these products. You know, if there was an actual demand for these products, they wouldn't have to do all this unnecessary bullshit. The products would literally sell themselves. You'd be like going on to Amazon, just ordering them. But they have to go through this whole weird fuckery. It all needs to have people that really believe in God, the purpose of saving the world, all stopping everybody killing, because you can't just sell the product. It's not about the product, because if it was just about the product, then people could just be free to sell the product instead of having all this added nonsense on top of it, weighing them down, having to recruit, having to work on themselves. What in the world does selling a product like a capybara lamp have to do with you talking about your trauma on a Facebook Live video to recruit people to also sell this capybara lamp? No, I wanted the capybara lamp because I thought it was really cute. So I bought it. I didn't have to recruit anybody to also recruit it. I didn't have to say no multiple times to someone trying to say, well, Julie, you know what? I know that you really like capybaras. You could have this affiliate link. It's a brand new model. I didn't have to do any of that because I just wanted to make a purchase. You can't just make a purchase in a multi-level marketing company because it's not about selling the products. It's about all of this stuff on top of it. You know, it's so weird. I'm going to see if I can pick up my cat again. She just woke up from her nap.
Happen very, very quickly because the mechanism is so novel. So I know you're probably going to ask me some questions about some of the other things here, but basically what we're doing here is we're creating new matter. We're creating a type of water that never existed before. It's highly...
We're creating new matter here. What do you do at LifeWave? Well, I'm sure you're going to ask me another question. We're creating new matter here. It's just as easy as that.
organized and structured. So you could say it's structured water, but not in the traditional sense. We're using the water as a delivery mechanism. So the water is a carrier of...
The water is the carrier for the light that will explode in your throat. when you swallow it.
light. So you drink the water, and the water goes everywhere, and the light gets released everywhere in the body, and that can be measured.
Oh, there you go.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you. So can you share a little bit about what's under?
You see that person in the row, they're like, you should have seen me at these conferences. Oh my God. I was so excited. Just think of me now, but in multi-level marketing. I was a sight to behold.
The hood. Can you talk about the process that the water goes through, the different stages a little bit?
Yeah, this was really fun working with, we had 2 different teams of engineers, actually 3. So we had an internal team of engineers, and we had 2 separate companies that we had hired to take the initial prototype.
We had 2 teams. Actually, we had 3. Actually, it was all my family members are all tinkering around in the lab.
That I had built.
Making strawberries in water.
And then convert it into something, that would look nice and sit on someone's counter. So the first thing that we do is on the left side of the machine.
The water machine. Oh my God.
From looking at it this way, is we have a reservoir where you would put 2 liters of water.
My God. This is something I've never seen before. It's like my fancy dancy coffee machine. It has a reservoir on the side too. You pour water in it. It's incredible. This is also truly revolutionary technology.
Now you can put tap water into this. If you want to put clean water into it, you want to put any special water, spring water, deuterium depleted water, what have you, you can put any type of water into this. And then
you put your special water into it. What would happen? Oh, what would happen if you put regular water or just distilled water into the machine? And then you just pour it in the glass, and then you take that now, the pristine water, the light water, and you put it back into the machine. What would happen then? I bet you he has not even thought of this idea. You're welcome, David. This is going to be your new fucking model. This is going to be the new protocol. You've heard it here first from this anti-MLM hater content creator. What would happen if you just keep fucking filtering the water? That will be the problem. That's why it's not working as fast. Within lessening the time that wearing the X39 or X49 patch within 24 hours, do you have a response? It's because you have to put that water that you've just filter it through again, and you're going to get double light. If you do it 10 times, you're going to get 10x the light. You're welcome. I told you, I'm full of it. I got lots of ideas for you.
and the water will pass through 2 separate stages of filtration that are over here. Now, it took about 8 to 9 months for us just to develop the first water stage. We had gone to a number of companies that specialized in water filtration, but the first stage was the most important. So we wanted to be able to eliminate heavy metals, microplastics, PFOS, PFOAs, the forever chemicals.
Incredible.
This had to be the best filter that
I don't even know what that is. I just don't even give a shit. I still have like plastic bottles that I drink from. Like, I don't know. Apparently that's quite the big thing though. People, maybe I could be the odd person out. Like, okay.
you could get. And so it took forever to find a company to work with, but we finally found it. Then inside there's a second stage. So if you remember correctly, what we're doing is
You remember correctly.
we're taking oxygen and hydrogen and combining it into a new form of water.
Called H2O.
So through the process, the water is oxygenated, but there's a second filter in there, which is a carbon filter.
He has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Look at him.
So it further reduces any potential contaminants, although the first stage really does that. But the second stage will also put additional hydrogen into the water.
Kangen, Enagic. Hydrogen, more hydrogen is going into their water too. So how do you feel about this, Enagic? You might think you're getting like messages from God, but David Schmidt has the mathematical code from lobsters and the Bible. And he's putting hydrogen in his water. I bet you his machine is cheaper than yours. I want to see these like MLM companies go after each other. It's gonna like sow some seeds of dissent out there. You never know what might land. Start fires, and plant seeds.
So this is not a hydrogenated water product. We're putting in hydrogen because we want to combine it with the oxygen to form this new species. And then in the second...
It's a new species of water. Yes.
Of the equipment is where we have our black box, and that's the core of the technology. So in there, we're going to have
The core of the airplane when it crashes, and then after retrieve the black box, it's also in this machine. I should have done this as a live stream. This would have been hilarious. This would have been a long live stream though, because I would have been reading comments too. I could see this. This would have been my longest live stream. The longest live stream I've ever done was 7 hours with my friend Michelle Culberson. It would have been longer. I know it would have, because this is long and I'm just on my own.
light processing units. And this is the proprietary system that I invented and we developed in our labs. And that is going to, it takes about 45 minutes to process a 16 ounce or 500 ml glass of water.
Incredible. Technology.
45 minutes? No way. You got to wait 45 minutes for a glass of water? Am I understanding that right? Oh, please make it so. Is that what it is? Can you fucking imagine if that's the reality? 45 minutes? I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood him.
Technology like nothing we've ever seen before. So I'm curious, you talk, yeah, go ahead, please. Thank you, David. So you spoke a little bit about how long it takes to kind of work its way through the system, from filtration to infusion. What about, let's call it dosage? You know, how long, how many glasses is it per day, per week, per month should someone consume? And then what are the corresponding?
More the better. He's got to implement this idea of like using the light infused water and putting it back into the machine. He's got to implement it. Somebody's going to do that. Somebody's going to come up with that.
Kind of benefits with
They're going to trace it back to me and they're going to be like, no fucking way.
those timeframes.
Yeah, so everything on this machine happens through a touchpad interface. And so you just simply, the screen is going to give you feedback as far as is it processing water, when you need to change the filter, and so forth. And when you want to dispense, you just simply...
Wow, I bet you they're going to be making all this money on the filters and all this thing. I wonder what quality of this machine is it going to be? If it's going to be breaking down. Can you imagine?
You press the button, and this machine will process 2 glasses of water at a time. And then it's another 45-minute cycle, and then you have another glass. So whenever you're...
Okay, so I'm wondering if you just press it, the water comes out, and then you have to wait 45 minutes? What the fuck is it doing in there for 45 minutes? It's like the little, the petri dish of the microscope, all the little bacteria going around, and then you look at it, and it's actually like the face of the man of the moon, where they're like, there was actually a face there, civilization has happened there before, look at this looks like a structure. It's like, no, God, like zoom in even more. And it's all these little cogs, and they're going around and around. It looks exactly like an electric motor. That's what's going on in this machine.
You're ready to drink the water, you'll just dispense it, and then off you go. Now, when we did our studies, it was all based on only drinking 1 glass per day. And actually, when we first started the studies, this was something I was very concerned about, because I thought, well, maybe you only have to drink like 100 or 200 mils, like a quarter of a glass or half a glass of water to get the benefits. So you don't have to think in terms of that you have to drink 8 glasses a day of this water. Really, I think what we're finding is that 1 glass is enough.
Incredible.
The other thing to keep in mind is that the water is going to upregulate your use.
I'm wondering though, there's got to be the scam angle, because the easiest way is to like, you got to use it as much as you can. So there's got to be something that like either the machine is going to wear out really quickly, that because of whatever, like that takes 45 minutes in between dispensing 2 glasses of water, that like the components that are whirling and twirling and the mathematical calculations that are going on, the microscopic lobsters that are involved with the electric motors and the piano keys and the 432 hertz frequency and the 108 nodes on the atom, all that shit's going on in 45 minutes, and probably wears on the components. Maybe they need to be replaced more frequently. There's got to be something that is going to incur more expenses for the distributors, you know? I'm just waiting for it. I'm like wondering what it was. I thought for sure he'd be like, the more the better, because that's usually it. But I'm surprised. I stand corrected on that point. Also the Newton meters. I flubbed that one up. What a dummy.
Of nutrition. So it's going to regulate your need for vitamins, minerals, amino acids. So if you really want to get essential fatty acids, so you want to get the best benefits of this water, you want to be having a healthy diet, and maybe even supplement, and maybe even have a special supplement that's designed to work with this water machine.
No, of course. Are you fuck, can you imagine if he introduces peptides? He's been like sprinkling peptides here and there through this. Please let them sell peptides. Oh my God, we're going to have Make Wellness and LifeWave going head to head. Lobster versus box. Who will win? That lobster would win. My money's on the lobster. That lobster was beefy. And he's just like making eye contact. The box is like, oh, the box is made by Porsche. It's got a motivational quote in it from Make Wellness. Maybe it's going to have peptides in it. Who knows? The lobster? My money's on the lobster every time.
I'm excited to learn more about that. Absolutely. So I know, we start to feel the benefits so quickly. What about over time? Is there a compounding effect that if someone takes it over weeks and months, that it has even this kind of optimization?
Oh, absolutely. You reverse aging, and you just stop aging altogether. You live younger. You live younger. And I'm not saying you don't need your diabetes, your insulin, or it cures cancer. I'm not saying that. I'll just let you draw your own conclusions. Wow.
With that.
Yeah, so what we've been doing up to this point is in our research, since we haven't had the machines for people to take home with them, all of the studies so far have been on drinking 1 glass of water. What happens when you take a baseline reading, you take someone's blood, urine, bioelectrical readings, you give them the water, and then you check back 1-2 minutes later on some test, 20 minutes on another test. So that's the time frame that we've been working with. Now that we're getting the machines manufactured in their final form.
Oh, so you've only done one study with just 1 glass of water, but I bet you now that you've got them en masse ready to send out for a special discount just for the distributors at this event, suddenly you can actually drink more. I bet you. I bet you.
Now, the testing that we're going to look at is the telomere testing and the genetic panels. So what we want to know is when we've done telomere testing in the past, you need 6 months to see a difference between before and after.
I was calling it telomere. That's another L for me.
On the genetic testing, let's say it's 4-6 months.
What a dummy. This woman doesn't know what she's talking about. She's always going on these ramps.
That would be around the window.
Such a hater. Makes my feelings, I get butthurt feelings.
So what we'll do essentially is take 20 to 50 people in.
But yet I can't stop watching her content. There's just something about it that is like magnetically compelling. And I find myself laughing in agreement. And then I bring myself back to reality and remind myself I'm supposed to be grumpy pants.
Different studies, have them take the machines home with them. They'll have a glass of water every day. And then we'll measure their blood and urine and bioelectrical readings over a course of 6 to 9 months. And then we're going to see, do these people become physically younger over that period of time?
Do they become physically younger? I'm going to give you a wild guess and say, no, they're not going to become. So you haven't done these studies yet, but you're already saying that? All these people 6 to 9 months from this conference will be like, I feel young. I'm younger. I'm physically younger. Look at me. You're not.
Measure that. So those are going to be important studies that we've done, which we haven't gotten to. But people would expect to see, especially.
Oh, so you're going to go ahead and sell them anyway before you have these studies? You expect to see, but what if you don't see them? You're not going to see it. After the whole, announcement of scientists, they just don't have an open mind, unlike me. Serial patent maker, patent filer. And yet I'm going to now say that I'm going to find, anecdotally, I figured this out. This is totally fine. I did it on me and I totally know it's going to be fine. 6 to 9 months from now, everybody that's going to be buying this, they're probably going to be younger. It's a no-brainer. What if your findings are completely wrong? Then you weren't so open-minded after all.
Changes in their cognition over a period of the first few weeks of using this. And if they're exercising, the change in muscle growth is extremely rapid, first 2-3 weeks, as long as they're loading with protein.
Wow, that is incredible.
Wow, as long as they're loading with as long as you're eating protein and you're working out and you're doing like things that have nothing to do with drinking our magic water with light in it, you're going to notice a difference in your body. We'll just like add something else into your routine that you're already doing, and then we're going to take credit for all the work that you're doing.
Yeah.
Can you share a little bit more about how this works in concert with the other LifeWave products, kind of making it a 1 + 1 = 10?
1 + 1 = 10. Exactly. That's exactly how this works. And let's hear about these supplements LifeWave is going to be releasing.
Type of equation that I know doesn't work in your world, but that's my math there. So,
marketing math.
Yeah, marketing math. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to answer that. The one other thing that I wanted to point out, it's not on this prototype. This is one of 10 prototypes that came off of the lab. There's also another cartridge in here. And so the filters get replaced. One filter gets replaced every 6 months. The other filter.
Okay.
every year. But we have a cartridge where you can take a special type of supplement. I'm just getting a patent on this now. But you take a special type
Yet another patent. This guy probably files the most patents in all of multi-level marketing.
of supplement,
Want a patent? David's your man.
and you add it into the water, and it actually intensifies the effect. And you can get the water to go to specific parts of your body.
Wow. I need water in my big toe. It's looking a little dehydrated and wrinkled. You know what happens when you turn 50? You start losing water. I need more water in my big toe. I'm going to what do you do? Program the cartridge? BT. It's going to go right there. This is the stupidest thing.
But that's a story for a different day.
No, that's amazing.
So yeah, for years, one of the
Story, all right.
things that we've done is we recommended to people stay hydrated. So when we look at the scientific literature, and this is going back 20 years, one of the things that we see is that when people are in pain, part of it is a function of dehydration, part of it is a function of mitochondrial dysfunction, and another part is a deficiency in electrolytes like magnesium.
Part of it can be they stayed up too late. Part of it could be anxiety. Part of it because there could be all these other kinds of reasons too. Mitochondrial dysfunction. Loves to say these words. This is so fucking stupid.
And potassium. So one of the things that our LifeWave community would do is they would give people a glass of water before applying patches, and what we would find is that the demos they were doing on pain relief would improve in people that were dehydrated. Now you don't have to do that because we find over 90% of the people that use the patches, they get pain relief. But when you
Self-reported pain relief. Is that right? Incredible statistics for multi-level marketing company. 90% of participants that put these patches on their body report pain relief. And then when they buy this machine and they drink water beforehand, and I bet you it's going to get close to 100%, eh?
you have someone that's dehydrated, that won't respond to the patches, you give them a glass of water, and the results improve. So we need water to manufacture energy and a flow of energy through the body, and that drives everything else. When you have a water that itself contains energy, it's a game changer because it makes every other patch we have work better. It's like a...
So now it's going to be, well, you drank water beforehand. The patch isn't working for you. You need to get our special water machine. That drinking that water is going to make the patch work even better.
turbocharger for the patches.
That's amazing.
That.
Yeah, I love how it works so perfectly with all of the other products and actually maximizes the benefit. I think that's incredible.
It's like a floppy seal cup.
So what are the benefits that you're most excited about? I know you went into some of the, the muscle loss, cognitive, anti-aging. What are some of the ones that you're most excited about?
Have you ever seen an Italian age? When I was growing up, I'm half German, half Italian. There's some Irish in.
Have you ever seen an Italian age? That's such a fucking weird question. Oh my God. Something's happening to my body. I'm like laughing so hard I don't know what to do. Have you ever seen an Italian age? When did the Italians come into this equation? Are they on the left side of the equation or the right side of the equation? What variable are the Italians? Is it X, Y, N, Z, or I? Have you ever seen an Italian? Is this a joke? Is there a punchline to this? Or is this like another hypothesis? Have you ever seen an Italian age? What?
There somewhere, and I had all of these old Italian relatives, and all of them became overweight. My grandfather developed diabetes, Parkinson's disease, and it was a horrible thing to watch. So I think that's part of the thing that's inspired me and driven me to want to stop human aging. So I think the thing that's most exciting to me about this is that our research is showing that this is
Holy shit.
a legitimate path to stopping.
He's just okay. We need a Hebrew scholar. We need like neuroscientists. We need quantum physicists. We're gonna have like doctors. Now we can have Italians. Italians. You can come into the comments. Let us know what you think. Oh my God.
Human aging.
Have you ever seen an Italian age? Wow.
Every other benefit that you would want as human beings stems from that.
Incredible.
What? He didn't have to say that. He didn't have to bring that up.
Speaking of the other benefits, what might determine whether someone experiences one benefit over another? Does it have to do with maybe deficiencies, or other aspects of lifestyle? What might determine whether someone's going to feel, it's more energy or the cognitive impacts or some of these?
Well, they need to use more of our products in tandem, in concert, if you will, and also, make sure that you're getting enough protein load and sufficient hydration and sleep and nutrition, and also you need to use our products in concert with each other.
Yeah, I mean, some of the benefits are going to be universal, and then other benefits will depend on a person's age. Are they taking any type of pharmaceutical drugs that are
they Italian? If you're Italian, you're hooped. Sorry. Have you ever seen an Italian age? Like, what the fuck is that? These CEOs, they're so fucking crazy. They say the most random shit. Like, it's nuts. This is my first time just seeing him unleashed. I've seen a couple of videos of it, but this is just, it delivers. You can always count on them because they're the originators. They're the black box of these companies.
generally impairing their health? Do they have a pre-existing medical condition? What is their diet like? Just the same rules would apply as what we would say, well, what experience are you going to have with the patches?
Sure.
So it would be the same type of thing. So it would really be an opportunity for people to take a look at their life and say, okay, well, maybe it's time to clean up my diet. Maybe I should supplement in some places where I might be deficient. I should start an exercise program, or at least, walk regularly, get my body moving, get proper sleep, all of these things.
Supplements are shit. You can just eat. I don't want to say all supplements are shit, but most, like the supplement industry, it's just bullshit. You don't need this stuff, People are constantly looking. It's like, I need to buy this pill and I need to do this. It's like, no, just eat a fucking banana. Just take a look. It's like, what could I actually eat instead of a pill? There's that possibility. Chances are, if you can afford to buy supplements, you can afford to buy an apple,
Are going to support our overall health. So when we add a technology like this,
especially from a multi-level marketing company, not an Apple, but the supplements,
we can expect the best benefits.
Absolutely. And I love that. Yeah, go ahead. I love what you just said. It seems like this is a catalyst on an individual and personal level for us to make other changes as well. We know, we want to optimize the benefits of this product, of the patches, of the others, and that's going to help us then. And
I still can't believe he was like, thank you very much. And I know the video's sped up, but it still looked really funny when he's like, thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much. I thought, like, that was the end of it just seemed like it ended at an odd time too, Everybody's like standing up. They've got their like GoPro on a stick. They're like, yeah, that's David Schmidt. I got to upload this to my YouTube channel. I can recruit people into LifeWave. Hopefully nobody reacts to my video.
really motivate us to supplement and exercise.
Debunks everything. I don't want to do that. I will if I, but I want to go after these people that own these companies, people that are at the top of the pyramid schemes and they're fucking scamming people. And there's a good chance they know exactly what they're doing. No accountability. Lots of excuses and lots of fucking pretending to be the victim. Oh, you can't criticize me. Look at me. Look at how poor me. What the fuck does your downline say? That's who I'm concerned about. How many other multi-level marketing companies have you been in? And what are the stories of your downline? Like, to go after those people, and also multi-level marketing CEOs, because they know what they're doing. It's incredibly harmful to people.
And diet, and it has all these lifestyle implications. So we've talked a lot about the overall health benefits, kind of the bio benefits. I'm curious, can you share a little bit about the business benefit? How you see this fitting in the portfolio of all of the other incredible LifeWave products, and how it helps share LifeWave with more people around the world?
So this is a statement of LifeWave migrating from being a patch company to a technology company. And this is just the beginning. I think what I would like our community to understand is that this is the first product that's coming out of this technology. And there's other applications for the technology that we haven't talked about today. So this is going to be the embodiment where the wavelengths of light are triggering regenerative mechanisms in the body. But if we could have a technology where we could get light to go in our body and go to different places, what would that potentially mean? If we could have energy that would regenerate the heart or the kidneys or the liver, that would be incredible. We could get different cosmetic benefits from this process. And
the light will be targeted to your heart.
So, of course, I have a number of applications in mind that I'm not sharing right at the moment. But I think what would be important for all of our partners to know is that we have 7 years of product launches planned based off of this technology.
Lots of more products for all you new distributors coming over from Monate, from Saint, from Rodan and Fields, from Beachbody, from Beauty Counter, from Lime Life. Welcome to our family. There'll be lots of more things for you to purchase.
So we're thinking, you know, as business owners, we want to be looking at,
They're not business owners.
how can we shelter ourselves from competition? How can we innovate? How can we stay ahead of the competition? How can we continue to expand our...
How can we address the growing anti-MLM movement and survivors coming forward and whistleblowers exposing what's going on? You can't.
money earning potential. And so we're thinking very far out into the future now in our planning on this. And every one of these applications for this technology is cutting edge, and it doesn't exist today. So we're going to continue to have new and innovative things with phenomenal benefits, and you can't get it any other place but LifeWave.
Amazing.
How convenient. You can only get it through LifeWave, a technology that nobody can double check or see if it's even real, because it's not. You can only get it at LifeWave.
Well, I'm excited to hear that this is just the beginning of the application of that technology. I'm super excited to get one of these in my home as well after the launch. And David, I just want to thank you for developing this technology, for bringing it to the world, and for allowing us to help share it with everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you. It's really a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wayne Moorhead, everybody. Thank you. Okay, now it's time for me to ask something of all of you.
Give me money.
Uh-oh. Boy, it's dead silent.
Yeah, because they're like, oh God, what do you want us to do?
Don't be nervous. This isn't a bad thing. When we were planning out this conference, we were coming up with all different types of ideas, and my staff said to me, what do you want to do to celebrate 20 years? That's a big question. So I thought about it, and the first thing that came to mind was, I want to watch Star Trek with our brand partners.
No fucking way. What is he got up his sleeve?
And so my idea was,
I cannot believe that I am matched with this, like the color scheme here. This is so awesome.
to have a Star Trek
I even have a freaking, look at the chair. My chair is clear. Look at this. Oh my God. Maybe they're going to send me a bunch of LifeWave patches and be like, Julie, you know what? We've seen your videos. We just want to give you a complimentary water machine for your honest review.
marathon. Thursday night Star Trek, Friday night Star Trek, Saturday night Star Trek. That's what I wanted to do.
I mean, that sounds reasonable, doesn't it? For a multi-level marketing company, that would really help all your partners grow their multi-level marketing business. You all get together and you watch Star Trek.
And fortunately, saner minds prevailed. And
in that instance,
Jim and I came up with this idea for the drone show. Jim and I planned out. A round of applause for Jim Caldwell, please. That was phenomenal, wasn't it?
we must have missed it. There must have been something on earlier during the convention.
And then, of course, we got the opportunity to have the original Blues Brothers, so we couldn't say no to that. And if you haven't guessed, we have an amazing performance.
Oh, yeah, they had Gwen Stefani perform at this, and also who else? Maroon 5. Oh yeah, I made a piece of content on this on Instagram. Fucking Gwen Stefani. Gwen Stefani has done the rounds of multi-level marketing companies. I was pissed when I found that out. I mean, these people know about multi-level marketing. This isn't, like I said, I'm like, the fucking memo has gone out, you guys. Jesus Christ, you're that fucking desperate for money that you're willing to go with this bullshit multi-level marketing company? This guy believes he's discovered a mathematical code in lobsters, targeting people that have chronic illnesses, cancer, and making all these insinuations. You're like, yeah, fuck yeah, sure, why not? I'm gonna do my concert here. Unfucking believable.
We're coming in on Saturday night. Not going to say who it is. You better show up. And we needed to give you guys tonight off so you could.
And all these LifeWave participants took videos and screenshots, and they're posting it on Facebook. Gwen Stefani performed at our concert. It gives them legitimacy. They use the celebrity's status to give their endeavor legitimacy. Because she showed up here, this means we're a real company. If we were a pyramid scheme, if we were fraud, we would have been shut down by now. We've been around 20 years. We're legitimate. We're unlike other multi-level marketing companies.
Spend time with your teams, so no Star Trek. So I thought, okay, I need to compromise a little bit here. We could watch an entire episode together, right? But then we had all these amazing speakers. We had to show the water machine. We've got more surprises coming. No Star Trek. So we found a way to fit in 4 minutes of Star Trek. So I picked.
I'm just imagining like my mom, you know, or like somebody like of, you know, they're older and they're thinking that they're going to, you know, buy this patch. She's well educated on scams now. She helps her friends avoid scams. And being like, I'm not here to watch Star Trek. Like, what's he going on about Star Trek for?
One clip.
There's always that live long and prosper.
From the original series with William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, DeForest Kelley, Jimmy Doohan. I picked one clip. It's an episode called The Doomsday Machine. It's a really fun episode. So for our 20th anniversary, if you would indulge me, let's watch this clip from Star Trek together. Thank you.
Are you fucking kidding me? He's going to play an episode from Star Trek? We're going to watch an episode from Star Trek right now. This was going on at this convention. All right.
What's the matter with that thing? It's a power drain somewhere, sir. I almost lost you. You'll never work like this. It's the main junction circuitry. I'll get it. Bridge, transporter malfunction.
Transporter is out, Captain. You'll have to stand by.
I can't. Power level's dropping too fast. You better hurry.
Acknowledged. Stop. Speed is of the essence.
This is actually the best part of this whole convention, you know. At least we know this is you know, this is fictional story. It's entertainment. My God, that's a lobster in the flux capacitor, Captain. I see that it pertains to the mathematical code also found in Genesis.
It's 2,000 miles from the planet, sir. Closing fast.
We've just added more hydrogen into the water, Captain.
Transporter operational, but this Fury reading won't last for long. He's got to come off now. I'll stand by here. 1,500 miles closing.
Captain, transporter operational,
I'm not saying it cures cancer, but I'll just let you fill in the blanks.
but just barely.
Better beam me aboard on my signal.
The Eye of Sauron. It's like the Hobbit is in here now.
1,000 miles closing.
Transporter, stand by.
Steady, listen.
Avoid it! Don't get sucked in! Avoid the pyramid scheme! Avoid the vortex of water in the ice glass! The implosion! The strawberry!
500 miles closing. Beam me aboard.
Energize.
Energize. Bridge, it's showing navigate. Ellen, beam me aboard.
Bring on, Captain. Transporter is out again. Mr. Scott, 20 seconds to detonation. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Try first phase.
Oh, Mr. Scott, hurry up! Oh!
60, 50, 40, 30. Just beam me aboard. 10, 9, 8.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott!
6. Fire nose, fire. 5, 4.
Ah!
Bridge, we got him through.
The output 0. Radiation level normal.
Ladies and gentlemen, William Shatner!
No fucking way. Oh, so we got William Shatner endorsing LifeWave at all the build up to this. And so now you have, I'm sorry, Star Trek fans. They say never meet your idols. They'll disappoint you because they always end up shilling for some fucking ridiculous multi-level marketing pyramid scheme that is defrauding people, exploiting them, targeting the vulnerable. Anything for a buck, right? But yet a multi-level marketing participant is shamed, for making a video, making all these income claims that she's being taught to do by her upline, which traces all the way back to the CEO. Same as the medical claims. She's the problem, right? Or he's the problem. Predominantly women are involved, but there's lots of guys that are involved too. So I'm just going to use this like as a example for women. women, like a stupid fucking joke. It's so dumb. This is just so sad. So then you have celebrities and it's just like, oh, are they under scrutiny? Well, no, I really like their work. Why the fuck are they allowed to get off? And you have your average, ordinary person that is trying to make ends meet that have got scammed and recruited into a fucking commercial cult. And they're held accountable for the actions of these fucking companies and these celebrities who endorse them? I don't fucking think so. I think it's time to turn the gaze right to the top of these fucking scams. That's where the responsibility is. That's where the accountability is. Most of these people don't know. They're being fooled and it is not their fault. A lot of these people, they do get out. Some of them are speaking out, the harm that is being done to their families. And then you have these celebrities roll in like, this is really funny. This is so fucking awesome. You've done no fucking research all of your time. You think this is okay. What a fucking joke. Shame on you.
Whoa. Hi, everybody. Good morning to you. Well, here I am. The latest innovation. It's not water. It's not paint patches. It's our beamed in. What could be more advanced than... I've left some mitochondria.
What was his cost? How much does it cost for him to get William Shatner to endorse your multi-level marketing pyramid scheme? How much does it cost for Gwen Stefani? You sell your fucking soul to do a performance at this shit show? This person who's out, he's just lying. You got no fucking problem. You're like, hey, I'll take the money from anybody. Who's paying you? Predominantly women who are using their stories, their circumstances to try to sell these products, or people that are having chronic illnesses. They're suffering from fucking diseases. You're taking money from them. That's where the money, it fucking flows up. Most of the people are losing money. They're continuing to buy these patches and then inevitably this water machine on subscription. They're gonna be buying these patches on subscription. They're never working. So then you can come in and be like, oh yes, I need some extra money. I'm going to do a performance. I'm doing this for you. This is so fucking gross.
Back there, but I'll pick it up when I beam out.
We're going to try to get you some mitochondria, Bill, but they love you here. And thank you so much for being here with us today on our 20th anniversary. What a privilege.
Well, it's a privilege. It's a privilege of mine. I beam out and beam in wherever I can. Those pictures are, I don't know, 60 years old. So here I am 60 years later.
And is it attributed to LifeWave patches? Jesus Christ. You know what's going on here. You're a grown fucking man.
Still beaming in and beaming out.
When we spoke last, you said something to me that was absolutely incredible, that is so relevant to our entrepreneurs. And it was how when you were first getting started,
no fucking way. There is no way that people, you know what I've seen? I'm so fucking heated about this. I'm so heated about everything. But I have seen people make excuses for celebrities, people that they don't know, saying, oh, well, they don't know. But they don't make the same fucking excuses for these predominantly women that are being recruited into these fucking cults. Because governments around the world do nothing. The FTC does nothing. The FTC makes a distinction that pyramid schemes are just occasional one-off things, that the vast majority of multi-level marketing companies are legitimate. And yet, you can write off a fucking celebrity, no problem. Oh, well, they don't really know. And you expect a person that is struggling to make ends meet, you expect them to know? You expect to mock them, ridicule them, think, oh, how could you be so stupid to get sucked into one of these cults you didn't know? And you fucking write off William Shatner or Gwen Stefani or Maroon 5? No fucking excuse. No way. They do know better. person that has never been exposed to these multi-level marketing pyramid schemes. Maybe their teacher recruited them out of high school. Maybe their parents have been involved in Amway, Mary Kay, Herbalife, New Skin. Maybe their mayor, like the mayor of Edmonton, endorses like WFG. I think it's WFG did the like ribbon cutting ceremony of that. But it's supposed to be okay not to criticize the fucking celebrities who endorse these scams. No fucking way. I do not agree with that at all. No.
Possibility for your life was to be an actor. What you said was so beautiful.
Well, then say it.
I think rather have you say it.
I must have said something along the line that I never considered any other profession. I was 6 years old and at a camp play, and things they went for me to say made the audience cry. And my father picked me up and said, "This is my boy Bill." And at 6, to look out to the audience, and God, I made them cry. Father loved me.
Celebrities have more resources at their disposal, teams, agents, managers, to help them decide where they're going to go and what they're going to endorse. Your average person getting recruited into a pyramid scheme does not have that. They've got coercion, they've got manipulation going on, they've got a friend or family pressuring them. They might be living in a community where a lot of people are involved in multi-level marketing. They have no choice. They have to stay silent. Celebrities do not have that. They do not get the fucking get out of jail free card.
So I never thought of anything else but being an actor. It never occurred to me to do anything else. That's a gift and probably a curse as well.
Well, yes, that's exactly what you said. It was in the context of you had gotten off of Star Trek in the 60s, and some people thought you would be typecast and you wouldn't be able to get...
He's fulfilling his childhood fantasy. I'm going to get William Shatner to talk at my event. This has no purpose to be served for the participants in this fucking scam anyway. I mean, this whole thing is a joke. But, you know, it's just like, I'm going to indulge in my childhood fantasies. I'm surprised he didn't get like Robert Downey Jr. I mean, he's probably has a steeper fee. He probably has a steeper appearance fee. Maybe one of these celebrities actually has a fucking moral code. I would say would never endorse multi-level marketing. Maybe there's one out there. You never know. Fuck. The way I see people that have been in multi-level marketing, they've lost so much and they have the courage to fucking stand up and speak out. Look at the anti-MLM content creators here on YouTube. You've got the whole, like, you've got such a spectrum of people, you know, people that have made a lot of money. Well, nobody makes any money really, but you know, how far up the pyramid scheme you rank, and we put targets on our backs. People are out here trying to like warn others about these scams, using their creative energy, using humor, you know, being more factual and like making like documentary styles. They're doing all this work. People that have left multi-level marketing and they start speaking out, and what the pushback that they have, why shouldn't they just stay in and make money and clam up? It's okay for fucking celebrities to do it. Well, they don't know any better. Well, I guess they don't know anybody better in a pyramid scheme either. You know, let's just apply the same fucking logic to that. This is not okay. The fault is not the victim's fault. When somebody is being deceived, lied to, that is not their fault. The fault is the perpetrator. And the things that support this, you know? Oh, man. Fucking had it like a bomb at the end with William Shatner, you know? Oh, my God.
Another role. And I asked you, you know, how did you get through those difficult times? Did you ever think about giving up on acting?
Yeah. Well, there wasn't.
It's going to be like attributed then to like not giving up on LifeWave. William Shatner's ability not to give up on acting, believe in yourself, don't give up on LifeWave, stay in multi-level marketing even longer.
Time when people who were popular in television series, when the series was over, the people who...
I think of people who have left multi-level marketing, like myself, and as soon as I realized what I was a part of, it was like dirty fucking money. I didn't want any of it. I wanted to be away. I was telling people, I cannot help you. I do not recommend you staying in this company. This is, you know, and then you look, oh, I'll take it. No problem.
Cast and hire must have thought that's enough of that for a while. So, you know, it took 2-3 years for you to get to attach yourself to that popularity. As it turns out, they were wrong. And an actor, the name was Steve McQueen, was in a series, and he went right into big movies, and they suddenly thought, oh, well, you can go right into big movies. So that idea waned and left us. When I finished Star Trek, I I put together theatrical productions and toured in theatrical productions, one thing or another, and made my way along. And finally, I was involved in television and television series, and of course, other movies. But the idea of giving up never occurred to me. And that may be stupid and not resilient, because so many people in so many professions, but particularly I'm aware of actors in the show business, go through a period in their lives. You know that book called Passages that was written, and you have your dreams when you're 20 and your effective dreams when you're 30, and you go through passages. Well, it occurred to me that actors, with all their dreams of the 20, not many actors can fulfill themselves of what their dreams are. There isn't room and there isn't talent, I guess. So when do you make that decision to stop being what you're doing and try being a dishwasher or something else? The tragedy of holding on too long is equal to the tragedy of letting go too soon. And what the formula is as to when to do what, that's a personal choice and nobody knows the answer to it.
So well, it isn't a personal choice in a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, and a fraud as obvious as this one. An enterprise, a phenomenon where over 99% of people must lose in order for this thing to limber along, is a very easy decision. It's a fraud. It's a huge red flag. It's a siren blaring at 2 a.m. saying, get the fuck out of the house. It's on fire. It's a personal choice. No, it's not. Wow.
I had this beautiful thing to say about people's lives are music being written, their story is being written, and certainly as you look back on your career, you've become iconic and you've accomplished so much in your life, and you look at this like a song being written or a book being written.
Well, you know, I do. I have professed the idea, not an original one, but something that makes a great deal of sense to me, is that we're writing our book of life. We are living and writing our book of life. My appearance here this morning and learning about that water, and I know a great deal. Well, I know a great deal about hydration, because if I don't hydrate enough, you feel weak and dizzy, and then just some water.
You take the time to learn that it's a fraud, because you could spend fucking 30 seconds listening to this guy and realize he's a charlatan. Jesus Christ, you've been around a long time. You can see through things. I think this is just somebody who just doesn't give a fuck. I have a friend who was in Rank Makers. He was also in, well, he was a friend. He was in Rank Makers with me. He was also on that reality show. He spoke out against multi-level marketing. He was out. He knows. He's like, this is toxic. He was actually like getting a lot of pushback from various people in other multi-level marketing companies, the same as what we all do. And then he fucking went back. He went back to Benev. He signed up with some company named Benev. And guess what company he's with now? Make Wellness. This is somebody who knows, who has firsthand experience of the abuse, of the manipulation, who has spoken out in detail about it, shared my content, commented on my YouTube videos on TikTok, and is now with fucking Make Wellness. There are people that make a conscious decision to do this to people. And that is not right. That there are not the same category of people who are being targeted and recruited and victimized. Those are two different categories of people.
Some water re-energizes you, and you realize.
Oh, he was also on the reality show Play to Win.
Your body works on certain principles. These are the things you learn as you go along, and when to know what's valid for you and what's not valid for you is a personal choice. For example, that water machine sounds like a great idea. I'm fully cognizant of hydration. I have felt the weakness of lack of hydration. I've done some study.
You're shilling for a company you know nothing about. You just fucking jetted in. It's a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, and you know goddamn well what this is about. You don't give a fuck about the products, and you don't give a fuck about the people. You can just ramble on. Fucking shame on you. This is disgusting.
Mitochondria and its energetic propulsion of cellular life. I'm acquainted with all that and try and lead my life with that knowledge. What I guess I'm saying to you is we all need to continue our education, personal education, and make decisions on our life based on what it is we're acquiring. We're not born with this knowledge. We have to acquire it. So things like what you are doing, this new technology that we're all on the lip of, as we all know, technological advance in the next 10 years will be profound. Things are going to change everywhere. Society, business, everything is going to change given these advances in science. My being with you today is just the beginning of a personal appearance, for example. A couple of years ago, I was asked to come to Australia to talk. It wasn't in my schedule, but using this technology, I beamed into Australia and talked and had fun with a group of people for half an hour. It's new technology, new knowledge that will propel us, and we must be aware and stay aware of stuff like we're talking about this morning.
I mean, people are going to applaud this. He just said fucking nothing.
And of course, we love this hologram
What a joke.
technology, and we're using it today where we're now here in Dallas and you're in California. We've done meetings where I was in Florida and gave a presentation in South Korea. What are some, you love to look towards the future, and I know you're a fantastic writer. What's something about the future that you're really looking forward to?
They also have something called Zoom technology or StreamYard technology. Oh my God.
Maybe we don't have today.
Well, I'm of a certain age, and gosh, I was at lunch with my granddaughter yesterday, and I'm saying to her,
What would you say to your granddaughter if she got sucked in and recruited into a cult? Would you tell her, yeah, put your life savings, call me a hater and stop talking to me. I am no longer going to be part of your family because I don't understand you like this new cult does. Would you encourage her to do that and dump all her life savings into a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme? I don't fucking think you would. I think you'd take issue with that. I think you would fight tooth and nail to try to protect your granddaughter. That's what I think.
If we're going to talk, if we're going to share any secrets of our life.
People lost their parents to this thing, The messages I get from people, this multi-level marketing company, among others, just destroys relationships and families.
I'm saying to my granddaughter, you better do it now, because I never know when. On the other hand, the possibilities of extending life to 110, 120 are very real. We're almost there, and I'm very healthy, and if I could avail myself of this new technology, of these life forces that are being invented and being administered, if I could avail myself of it, I'm going to. So I'm deeply involved in companies like yours and like this, because it's the future. And it's tantalizingly there. We're just there. We're.
That's good to know that you endorse multi-level marketing pyramid schemes. Excellent piece of information.
Making it AI is just coming in. We have no idea of what artificial intelligence is going to do to our lives, our social and personal, business and romantic lives. We have no idea what's about to happen. We have some conjecture, but it changes every day.
Well, I think speaking for the LifeWave community, we would like to keep you around for many, many years to come.
Well, hand me a glass of water right away.
We will get you a water machine.
I bet you will. And then people will be saying, William Shatner endorses this. Our company is legitimate.
Absolutely. So thank you for spending time with us. What a gift for you to be here. Thank you so much for being here.
What a wonderful company you have working on me.
What a wonderful company you have. Have you spoken to the victims? How much research did your team do? Or is it just all about the fucking paycheck? Unfucking believable. I am absolutely disgusted.
Technology to English.
Thank you so much. Thank you. William Shatner, everybody. I don't know if I thought he was going to beam out. Ah, there he goes. Okay. Not quite as dramatic. There were so many questions. We had a limited amount of time. There were so many questions that I wanted to ask him that I didn't get a chance to ask. For example, like in episode 35 of Star Trek, when him and Spock were trying to break into the safe, what was the combination to the safe? I really wanted to know that. When he was TJ Hooker, he went from being the captain of a starship.
Remember what this started off with, saving the world, just like skittered right off into oblivion, where he's just like fanboying over William Shatner.
To driving a police car. So I wanted to know, what did that feel like? Did it feel like being demoted? I don't know. These are questions I will never have answered. But anyway, it's been an absolute pleasure to have this time at William Shatner as someone from LifeWave's past, who we did a TV show with, being able to be with you all here today for our 20th anniversary.
And that's it. Whew, we got through that one. Holy crap. That was so brutal. It was so intense. I'm going to make a certificate for this, and I'll post it on Instagram. I'll post it in my stories, and I'll make a post, be like, congratulations for watching this video. you don't have to watch the entire thing, but I really appreciate it if you do. And if not, no big deal. I really don't know what else more to say here. I want to just reiterate that most people that get caught up in these scams, they don't know what they're a part of, and they are really good people. Good people can be made to do horrible things without their knowledge. And a lot of these people, these same people, as they start to realize how they've been manipulated, how they've been deceived, there's so much shame that makes them just want to like just disappear, you know? And it's hard to move. They don't want to talk about it. And I understand that. And then there's some people that do want to talk about it. They want to blow the fucking whistle, just expose everything, you know? They've been part of something that is condoned by governments around the world. It's said, well, it contributes to the company. It doesn't, it contributes to the economy. It doesn't contribute to the economy. It is taking money away from people. I saw somebody else say, I would be in support of getting rid of multi-level marketing if there is something else to replace it, because then what would all the, like my friends that are moms that are just trying to make some ends meet with like extra work, what would they do? And it's like, you're missing the fucking point. You cannot replace something that is more in line with human trafficking with something else that is also like human trafficking. It is a cancer. You don't replace a cancer with another cancer. You remove the cancer. You cut it out. You get rid of it. That's multi-level marketing. And we need to educate people to recognize the signs of being scammed. They're very easy. You know, once you know what to look for, you can just spot them a mile away. They fucking stink. So the people like worrying about if we just got rid of multi-level marketing, you know, tomorrow, what would all these people do? They're already losing money. If you take it away, they wouldn't be losing money anymore. It's a win. It's a net win from the beginning, you know? Of course, they'd still be ripe for being scammed because they'd feel so betrayed and hurt. They'd think this is such a beautiful industry. You don't understand, not talking about the products and actually earning money. It's all about the belief system. You don't understand all this community. I've had so many incredible relationships with people, all this fucking cult bells and whistles. They're never talking about the product that they're actually selling because it's not about the product. These things are dangerous and left unchecked, left exposed, because it's not criticism. This is just the reality. I don't want people to watch my content and fall asleep to it, like because I have a soothing voice. And I know like there's been a few people that have said something like that. And I'm like, I don't even know how that's possible. So it's not to you that I'm saying that, because I know, you know, maybe you do just listen to things. What I mean by saying that is that I want you to do something about these things. I want you to write your state attorney general. I want you to write your member of parliament, call them. I want you to file a report with the FTC or the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre or Canada's Competition Bureau or the SEC in the States. I want you to do something. I want you to, if you want to speak out, or if you are just there, you're like, you know what, I'm going to be there for my friend who's exiting. That's what I want. That's my goal, you know. And anyway, we've done it. Just over 4 hours. Woohoo! It's a good long video. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much to everyone who watches my content and who leaves comments. I really appreciate you. And thank you to anti-MLM content creators, wherever you are, on whatever platform you are, here on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and also Substack. You're doing incredible work. There's a lot going on in the background that people don't see, and I know that I don't see. I know there's a lot of anti-MLM content creators that I don't really know. Like I might just be dimly aware of. There's going to be more and more that come out, and I'm just really grateful for all the work that you do. Even though I don't know you, there's just so many now, and I'm really happy to see that you're making a difference. And I guess that's it. This was a doozy. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you in the next one.